This is the University of Tampa. Explore your dreams. Discover your talents. Get ready to invent, innovate, and be a leader. This is the University of Tampa.
What have we here? Another random school of fish. Watch as they mimic each other's every move. Even their own mothers can't tell these fish apart. In this school, there is no room for individualism. These fish live in fear.
Number 32, Kyle Hornsby.
Inside the 40. Touchdown. Michaela burns it. An incredible finish by Hall.
The NCAA and its member schools offer nearly 500,000 college athletes a path to go pro in something other than sports. Learn more at ncaa.org/opportunity.
Welcome everybody to NCAA Division II Baseball Regional Championship game. Jack Ike along with Taylor Stolworthy will have the national anthem, the starting lineups, and we'll start play. So we have reached Championship Sunday of this NCAA Division II South Regional Championship game coming up between the University of Tampa and the Nova Southeastern Sharks. Hi, everyone. Jack Ike along with Taylor Stolworthy, and a hot day and a windy day here in downtown Tampa, Florida. These two teams have met twice already during this tournament, and they have split. So that's why we have a championship game, winner take all today. Nova Southeastern just taking the field. They will be the home team for this one. Tampa was the home team yesterday, so they flip-flop for the title game today. And Taylor, Tampa comes in 43-11. Nova Southeastern 36-16. I guess you could say throughout the records, two very good teams going at it.
Very much indeed, because you look at the records, you say, oh, the Spartans have been better so far, and in the season they swept Nova Southeastern. Well, Nova's given the Spartans two very, very good fights, beating them in the first one 9-3, and in the second one, a thrilling conclusion that almost saw a comeback. A crucial strike three, however, ended the game, stranding a bases-loaded situation, and the Spartans forced a Game 7 of this regional, the if necessary game, with an 8-7 win. But Nova Southeastern has been a better team, you could argue, throughout the weekend. So it'll be interesting how Game 3 goes.
The way these teams have progressed to get to this point is the tournament opened up. It's a double elimination four-team tournament, and it started on Thursday. And in the first game, got the wrong side here, Valdosta State lost to Nova Southeastern, so Nova Southeastern advanced in the winner's bracket. Valdosta State out of Georgia went into the loser's bracket. Then Tampa beat Spring Hill, amazingly, 35-4 was the score in that game. So Tampa moved on in the winner's bracket. Spring Hill went to the loser's bracket. Valdosta State then beat Spring Hill. That eliminated Spring Hill. They had two losses, and Valdosta State moved on in the loser's bracket. Nova Southeastern and Tampa then met because they won their first two games. And Taylor, as you said, Nova Southeastern a 9-3 winner over Tampa. So Nova Southeastern proceeded in the winner's bracket. Tampa then played Valdosta and beat Valdosta to eliminate Valdosta and move on to the yesterday's Nova Southeastern Tampa game. 8-7 was the final. It was 8-0 at one-time Tampa. It was 8-2 in the ninth inning with two out yesterday, and it ended up being an 8-7 game that Tampa held on to win on a bases-loaded 3-2 pitch strikeout.
Everyone was on the edge of their seats in the stands here at the UT Baseball Stadium. So what a start and finish we have had to the tournament, and now we've got one more game, everything to play for. Nova Southeastern no longer have the buffer.
Nope.
It is it. They lose, they are done. Tampa loses, they are done. For Nova Southeastern, they still have a shot to host the Super Regional should they win. That'll determine if Rollins can take the win over on their half of the bracket or not. If the Spartans win as the one seed in the entire region, we will be back next week at the Super Regional here, but they've still got 9 innings to play.
Jordan Lala leading off for Tampa. Rivero on the mound for Nova Southeastern. Head coach of Tampa, Joe Urso, juggled his lineup a little bit. He had his son, J.D. Urso, leading off all weekend. He's moved J.D. to cleanup. He's been a strong hitter all weekend long. The pitch to Lala, and he loops one, and there goes the no-hitter. Jordan Lala with a base hit into left field, and we are underway. Rest of the Spartan lineup will have Drew Earhart batting second and catching today. At first base, batting third is Dan Sullivan. Batting cleanup is the shortstop, J.D. Urso. Batting fifth, the right fielder, E.J. Cumbo. Batting sixth is Jamarcus Lyons, who is at second base. Batting seventh, the third baseman, Anthony Nunez. Batting eighth is the designated hitter, John Malcolm. And batting ninth is the center fielder, Jose Cadenas. This is Drew Earhart at the plate, and he will be behind the plate for Tampa today. Rivero on the mound for Nova Southeastern. He has started 12 games already this season. This is his 15th appearance of the year. Has a 5.75 ERA. Earhart fouls that one off. 61 innings pitched, 67 hits, 39 runs, 39 earned. All of them earned. 22 walks, 52 strikeouts on the season. He has given up 12 doubles, third on the team, I should say, for that category. Ground ball fielded by Rivero. Try to turn two. Got one. They got it. A 1-6-3. And there's 2 outs in the first inning. Rivero doing a nice job fielding his position. Nova Southeastern, a good contingent of fans here. All we ask is fans on both sides is be nice.
Exactly. There was a little kerfuffle at the end of the previous game, but it looks like both fans a little calmer now, which is a good sign.
There were some close discussions after the game yesterday over who had the best team.
Yeah, there certainly were.
Sullivan, swing and a miss. Sullivan has hit 5 home runs this weekend. Since Thursday, 3 in the Spring Hill game, the 35-4 game, and then 1 each the 2 games after that, which was Nova Southeastern and Valdosta in the dirt. Sullivan comes into this game at .368 on the season.
The only time Dan Sullivan hasn't homered this weekend was in the previous game against Nova Southeastern, but he still had a great day with multiple times getting on base, getting some hits, and generating some offense for the Spartans. He'd love to keep that going and keep the inning alive after a really well-fielded double play from Rivero over to Epstein, back to Smith.
Outside, Dan had his brothers and friends here over the weekend. They flew back to the Chicago area today. They said they were hoping they'd land in time to catch the game. Hey, guys, hope you're listening. Ground ball through for a base hit. So Dan Sullivan keeps up the hot bat. Will bring J.D. Urso to the plate.
Urso was finally able to break out of a hitting slump over the few games we had yesterday. And today is now batting in the cleanup spot, looking to keep the inning alive for the Spartans.
Defensively for Nova Southeastern, Hernandez behind the plate. Smith will be at first base instead of Frank, who had been there most of the weekend. Pastori at second. Irisari at third. Epstein is the shortstop. Fernandez in left. Hazard in center. And Frank has moved to right field. Urso
gets plunked. He's already
hit
him in the shoulder, it looks like. So he'll get the free base. And we have seen a couple Spartans get hit from time to time. There's luckily been nothing intentional. But we even saw a couple hit by pitches for Nova Southeastern with balls just slipping when there's a lack of command. But that will be the first one we see this time, and it puts now 2 runners on for E.J. Cumbo.
So it really highlights that double play has helped Nova Southeastern, even though they're facing a 2-man on with 2-out situation, Cumbo at the plate.
And you can take a look at the top 6 bats for the Spartans. They've all been very consistent and strong all season long. And then you can take a look at Nunez, Malcolm, and Cadenas at the bottom half of the order for 7, 8, 9. Even they have been on some pretty good stretches of form recently, getting on base, drawing walks, and doing a good job to just help the offense, even though they are asked of less because they are at the bottom half. So you really can't rest at all when you're facing the Spartans. So sure, there are 2 outs, but there are 2 on, and you've got every hitter dangerous.
Cumbo pops it up. That should end the inning. Drifting deep, though, but making the catch is Fernandez near the warning track. So the Spartans go down. They pick up a couple hits. They leave 2 on. We have played half an inning, and it is Tampa, nothing. Nova Southeastern will be coming to bat, and their batting order will bring Epstein, Frank, and Pastori leading off the inning.
Are you able to help try to get the scoreboard set? What's that? I don't think it's got anything on the screen. And also the overlay. Shit. Here, we have to do that. Okay. We also got to.
Bottom of the first we go. Nova Southeastern coming to the plate. And they will start with Epstein to lead off. 36-16 on the year. These two teams have played 5 times this year. Tampa has won 4. But it's safe to say Game 6 will be the most important one both teams have played this season.
It certainly will, because the rest of the series do not really matter. The Spartans had swept Nova Southeastern on the road, but the only one that matters here, because it is in the postseason, is the one at home that's currently tied at 1-1 over the last couple of days. And this game arguably even more important because both seasons on the line for each team.
Tyler Epstein will lead off. 267 batting average on the year. Batting order: Epstein, Frank, Pastore, Fernandez at cleanup. Irisari is 5. Smith, the first baseman, is 6. Avendano is 7th. Hernandez, the catcher, is 8th. And Hazard, center fielder, is 9th. On the mound for the Spartans is Alex Caney. Drew Earhart, his battery mate behind the plate. As we mentioned, Joe Urso making a couple changes in the batting order, but also how they are situated out in the field. As for Alex Caney this year, a 1.29 ERA. He started Thursday's game, the big win over Spring Hill, big meaning 35-4, and they pulled him after 2 innings. They just didn't need it anymore. They had a 22-0 lead, so they thought, hey, rest him. We may need him. They need him.
Exactly, and with a 22-run lead, you could probably put in a position player in the 9th inning and still hold on to the win at that stage. So they were able to rest him, and he's basically have now a full tank of gas ready to go for, I'd say, a good 5-6 inning potential stint. We did see Tampa's main closer have a game yesterday. He came in the first inning against Valdosta State, and we saw him go the distance all the way up until he ran out of gas, but he did the job to keep them quiet enough to give the Spartans the win. It will mean the Spartans won't have him, of course, being Braden Nelson, for the rest of the tournament most likely, unless they need him in an emergency. But it can show that relievers can go the distance if the Spartans need.
35 innings pitched for Caney this year. He's given up 26 hits, just 6 runs, 5 of them earned. Pretty good line for Alex Caney this year. Epstein with the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He may have tipped it to Drew Earhart, but he caught it. 1 up, 1 down. Will bring Frank to the plate.
That one looked like a clean swing and miss. I think just the simplest strike 3.
Defensively for the Spartans, Drew Earhart, who had been infield most of this tournament, is behind the plate. Dan Sullivan in his normal spot at first base. Jamarcus Lyons is at second base. He'd been DHing a lot of the tournament. Anthony Nunez at third. J.D. Urso is at shortstop. Outfield, the way it's been all weekend. Jordan Lala in left. Jose Cadenas in center. And E.J. Cumbo is in right.
Of course, you mentioned Lala in left. He's had some huge plays, and yesterday he was able to make 2 big throws to help benefit the Spartans in their cause.
Frank coming to the plate. 342 average on the year. One ball, 1 strike. Inside. Decent crowd here. School's been out for a couple weeks, but we've had decent crowds all weekend long. Visiting teams have traveled well. Down the middle, strike call, 2-2.
Indeed, and Nova Southeastern have actually brought the most away fans out of any that we have seen all weekend. They are, of course, the closest, a little bit closer than Georgia and Alabama, where Valdosta State and Spring Hill were from. But indeed, they've brought a very good contingent, and one that's been vocal and proud to support their Sharks. They've had a great season so far, and they want to continue.
2-2 pitch coming up. Fly ball. Lala drifting over to his left, makes the catch in the left center field. 2 up, 2 down. You know, yesterday you mentioned a number of times fly balls with that intense cloud cover, making it a little difficult to judge. Today, some of the puffy cotton ball kind of clouds will help outfielders have a little better sense of judging them.
Exactly. As we've been watching for the weather all weekend, Sunday's finally been the day where we can kick back and say, nice blue skies, some clouds in the way to help, and really it is just a beautiful day for a regional championship.
Pastore at the plate, takes a strike. Pastore, top hitter on the team, 364 on the season.
We've seen Pastore hit well for the tournament too, doing well to get some balls into hard-to-reach areas and getting on base and driving in some runs for Nova Southeastern.
And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Goes ahead 0-2 quickly. Tell you talk about drama yesterday. Spartans had an 8-0 lead at one point. Seemed like, hey, they're get the win, move on to Sunday. Then it went to 8-2. Then we get into the ninth, top of the ninth. First three batters, two of them make outs. One got on with a base hit, but you thought, hey, we're down to the final out. And then the wheels kind of fell off for the Spartans, and they had to hold on for an 8-7 win. There were wild pitches, hit batters. I think at least 3 wild pitches.
Things were just not
Ground
going the
ball.
Spartans' way.
Nunez double clutches, throws. I think he beat it out. He did. Nunez couldn't quite get it out of the glove. And Pastore beats it out for the base hit, bringing up Fernandez.
That's why you'll always run those out, because if you can't get it out of the glove in time, you're likely looking at a hit.
Fernandez did take the swinging strike 3 yesterday to end the game. He comes in, tops in home runs on the team with 12. That's the same number Dan Sullivan had to start this weekend. He has 17 now. Inside. Wind is blowing in off left field. Somewhat strong. May knock a ball down if you hit it out that way.
And that is the thing as well, because wind and every other elemental factor will help in this game and can hurt teams. But if it's blowing into the field, blowing away from the walls, that could prevent players like Fernandez or Sullivan, who've been taking balls yard this weekend, from being able to do so here, and could turn what could have been a home run on a normal day into a flyout on this windier day.
1-1 pitch. Ball is high.
Saw Earhart there ready to fire back to first base to try to keep Pastore in check. But yeah, so far in the 2 games against Tampa, Fernandez.
Here's the pitch, swing and a miss. 2-2.
He's 3 for 9 with a home run, and he also had a home run in the first game Nova Southeastern played against Valdosta State. So even though batting a little bit weaker than, say, a 3.5 average, he's still having a very solid weekend, because baseball is one of the sports where you can fail 8 to 10 times and still be a successful player.
2-2 with 2 out, man on first. Caney, runner goes, fly ball hit out toward Cumbo. He's coming in, and it falls in front of him. They're going to send the runner home. Here's the throw to the plate. Earhart gets it, tags him. He is out at the plate on a great throw by E.J. Cumbo. Had him by 2 steps.
Cumbo, a huge play there, gets the ball in time, and turns what could have been an RBI single by Fernandez into the final out of the inning at the plate, and that is a huge out for the Spartans.
Well, I thought it was an iffy decision to send him because it wasn't hit very deep, and Cumbo picked it up on the first hop, and he was in really short right field. By the time they sent him home, Cumbo already had the ball in his hand, and it was just a matter of get the throw to Earhart, and he's going to make the tag. We have finished 1, no score, Tampa and Nova Southeastern on TampaSpartans.tv.
College sports.
There's light at the end of the tunnel.
A return to normal
and all we love about sports.
You've instilled resilience, focus, and selflessness in us. We've put those lessons to work.
We've found strength and unity in each other.
You continue to take us places we never imagined.
You bring out the best in us.
So when we look forward, we see the light at the end of the tunnel.
We see a better world for all of us and for college sports.
Top of the second inning we go. As we mentioned, even though we're playing in Tampa, on Tampa's field, Tampa is the visitors' team for this game. Jamarcus Lyons at the plate for Tampa. He is second baseman today. Rivero on the mound for Nova Southeastern. Spartans with a E.J. Cumbo throw to the plate, ending the inning for Nova Southeastern in the bottom of the first.
That is a huge play because so far throughout the tournament and these two teams' matches, the team that scores first,
and I think he got hit. Yes.
Lions out quickly to get to first, but the first team to score throughout the tournament has won. And I believe that is a precedent that has stood for every single game. We saw it for Tampa against Spring Hill. We saw it the first time where Nova Southeastern got a lead, Tampa took it back, and then we saw 4 innings of very good offensive work from Nova Southeastern to give them a 9-3 win. Tampa scored first and scored 6 times in an inning to open against Nova Southeastern yesterday and hold on despite nearly bottling it late. And here we'll have to see if that trend continues. And contrary to what the scoreboard says, it is not a 2-0 Spartans lead. It is 0-0.
Ball outside to Anthony Nunez. I must have fixed it.
There we go. I was able to get it set.
Okay.
Apologize. Wasn't sure if the stat program.
People were getting excited.
Our friend Dan, who usually does our stats, is over for Tampa's lacrosse game. If you want, you can pull that stream up as well. That's being covered by the NCAA themselves.
Tampa is in the Final Four for men's D2 lacrosse.
And they are hoping that they can get to a national title for their first year.
Hernandez out to talk to Rivero, now comes back. So Jamarcus Lyons on base, hit by pitch. Spartans with a base runner. They had 3 different base runners in the first inning. 1 got wiped out on a double play, then 2 more got on. They left 2 on base before it was over. Nunez, switch hitter, batting lefty against the righty Rivero. Nunez has become the fixture at third base for Tampa. They had tried a few different players over the course of the season and have finally settled on Anthony Nunez. Anthony, just a freshman from Hialeah, Florida. Runner goes. Lyons is going to go in standing up. I think he might have stolen that one off Rivero's move. And it was ball 4 anyway. So after a hit by pitch, a walk. So Rivero, with his own doing, has put 2 runners on.
Taking a look over, we actually see some players warming up in the Nova Southeastern bullpen.
Well, this is the don't mess around game.
Exactly. And Nova Southeastern was able to roll with 2 pitchers throughout the entirety of the previous game. So pretty much their entire bullpen will be healthy, so they can really do a bullpen game if they need. The Spartans used a couple pitchers, but they still have plenty of arms they can call upon if Caney doesn't have the distance to go deep.
John Malcolm, ground ball, takes a hop away. That's going to make everybody safe. Bases will be loaded. More than likely an error on Smith. It hit him in the glove and bounced away from him. Hard to field, though, so we'll see what they call. Regardless, nobody out. Bases loaded. Jose Cadenas to the plate.
And this is a huge at-bat for Cadenas. And as we've been mentioning, important bats throughout the entire season. This one is one of them.
Laz Gutierrez coming out, the head coach for Nova Southeastern. As we said, this is the don't mess around game, and he's not going to mess around now that the bases are full.
I'd be surprised if you see Rivero out immediately, but I think he's going to tell Rivero, you make one more error, you make one more slip up, you're out. You're done. We can't risk it. We're not able to fool around. It's an elimination game, and you don't need to worry about waiting for a next game because there is a 6-game stretch, a 5-6 day period for whoever makes it to the next game, which means you'll be able to rest every starter and every reliever enough. So again, don't need to worry if you expend your bullpen.
The conference is over. Cadenas to the plate. Hit his first home run of the season yesterday against the Nova Southeastern Sharks. Not known as a power hitter, but he got all of the one yesterday into left field. The pitch, strike. They do give Malcolm a single, so Spartans with 2 hits. I think they have more than that by now.
Third, yeah. The scoreboard out there is unfortunately having a little bit of difficulties.
I'm so trusting.
Exactly. It's hard to be trusting because sometimes technology does not work in your favor. It's 3 hits for the Spartans, 2 so far for Nova Southeastern.
So I'm quicker than technology, huh?
You certainly are.
Okay, good to know.
And that's the secret about computers. They're all dumb because we have to tell them exactly what to do, and if they can't do it, they literally don't.
Here's Cadenas, 1-1 pitch. And he turned on that one. Foul.
Turning it just a little too much there. But the count will stay at 1-2 now.
We always mention this to everybody. You can see in the outfield there's the yellow bar. That's the fence. Anything above that is a home run. But you can also see poles coming out all around this ballpark. There's about a 100-foot high fence surrounding this ballpark to keep balls in play. There's a couple of heavily traveled roads down first and third. Here's the pitch. Fouled off.
Because over to the left, you see Cass Street extremely busy, but over to the right, it's not an actual street, but it's where Spartan students usually go throughout the year. It's summertime now, so no one's really on campus, but during the year, you might see a couple people by the fences and walking over, or even on the soccer field that's just over to the right.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Cadenas steps out.
Of course, it's the top of the second. The Spartans are the home team today.
Spartans are the visitors.
Oh, visitors. Said that wrong.
We know what you meant. Strike 3 call. Caught him looking. Cadenas doesn't believe it. Little glance back at the umpire. Nonetheless, top of the order, Jordan Lala to the plate. That gives me a segue here to who are the umpires today. John Bennett with the call out there is behind the plate. Paul Taylor at first, Danny Glidewell at second, and Ryan McCraney is at third. This crew has been doing a great job all weekend. They're wearing the black shirts today. Yesterday they wore blue for the first game of the day Tampa played in. Wore the black shirts for the second game, black shirts today. Here's the pitch to Lala. Outside.
Of course, coin flips and everything, flip-flopping away and home. So even though this is Tampa's ballpark, the Sharks get the bottom half of the order advantage, and it's always useful to be able to bat in the bottom of the ninth.
Ball outside.
As we saw at the top of the ninth, where the Spartans almost lost the lead, they would have had a chance at the bottom of the ninth if they did lose the lead or if it did get tied. But today, that's not a luxury they'll have because they'll be the visiting team, but they do get their bats up a little earlier.
Rivero, and that one gets away. That should send a runner to the plate. Jean-Marcus Lyon slides, he's in. Throw gets away, but as Irisari tracks it down, Tampa takes a 1-0 lead.
We've seen
wild pitch by Rivero.
Exactly that. We've seen wild pitches throughout the entire weekend, Jack. Multiple runs have come home on it, and in a bases-loaded situation, that's the worst time to do it, and it gives the Spartans a lead without Lala even needing to put the ball in play.
You know, wild pitches are costly no matter what, but we have seen so many this weekend with runners on third that actually bring the run in. Lala just looks at that one on the 3-0 count.
Yep, it's a 3-1 count now.
And makes it 3-1, yes. Runners now just second and third with a run in. Pitch to Lala. Out toward shortstop. That'll bring a run home. The throw across. RBI for Jordan Lala on the 6-3 ground out. 2-0 Tampa.
I think Lala could have ran that out a little bit faster. I mean, he was more satisfied to get the RBI, but I think he would have been able to beat the throw. It was a pretty close play, and you saw him slow down at first base. Does a job to get a productive out. Spartans take a 2-0 lead.
And it brings Drew Earhart to the plate and sees that one sail over his head.
We've seen a couple pitches go a little far outside, inside, and even out for a wild pitch from Rivero, and that one was one of them. If Earhart decides to try to lean his helmet into it or not move, that could have plunked him.
Here's the pitch. He turns on it, foul. One and one to Earhart. 2 outs. Man on second. He gets a hold of that one. High fly ball. It's going to be foul out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Drew. Tampa striking with 2. The 2 runners who scored, walk and a hit by pitch. What have I said about walks? Leadoff walks.
Always dangerous.
They score so much.
And that's the way that any runner can be dangerous in the
Inside.
playoffs. And Spartans so far, of course, only 3 hits, but any runner on base can come all the way home. That's why in Moneyball, the big emphasis, getting on base, and the Spartans have done quite a bit of that so far.
Bounces, gets away. Malcolm's going to hustle over to third base, so he is in scoring position.
So that will lead to another dangerous runner for the Spartans. Full count. The good news, however, for the Spartans, for the Sharks, rather, 2 outs. So, not a lot of stress if there's a ball in play. You just need to make sure you're getting out at first, or if you're risky enough, getting out at home.
Rivero in the stretch. Fouled back. Earhart stays alive.
Last time, Earhart grounded out to a double play. There won't be a double play this time, but he won't want to replicate an out.
The 3-2 on the way. Popped up, should be caught. Irisari, foul territory, ends the inning. Spartans do pick up a couple runs here in the top of the second. They have 2 runs, 3 hits. They leave 1, and at the end of an inning and a half, it is Tampa on top, 2-0 over Nova Southeastern on TampaSpartans.tv.
Number 32, Kyle Hornsby.
Inside the 30. Touchdown. Michaela burns it. An incredible finish by Hall.
The NCAA and its member schools offer nearly 500,000 college athletes a path to go pro in something other than sports. Learn more at ncaa.org/opportunity.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Bottom of the second, Tampa now on top, 2-0. And Taylor, what was your stat you brought up earlier about who strikes first does what?
They usually come out on top. We've seen it for the entirety of the Nova and Spartan series. Spartans score first, they win. Nova scores first, they win. But of course, Nova has been known to have some late inning comebacks and shenanigans. We've seen them score 4 runs in the top of the 9th of a game we fully expected them to lose.
It looked like a Tampa win, yeah.
It certainly did. It stayed a Tampa win, but it was a lot less secure. And there's only a 2-run deficit, and the Sharks still have at least 21 outs to play with.
Irisari to the plate. Alex Caney on the mound for the Spartans. Ball just missing. By the way, Lee beat St. Leo 9-5 in the losers bracket of the St. Leo half of this South Regional. St. Leo, the top seed in that region, was number 2 to Tampa's top seed. St. Leo's out after 2 games. So Rollins, the 3 seed, will now play Lee in a game that probably starts in about an hour. And if Rollins wins, Rollins is that region's champ. And if Lee wins, they'll play another game later today.
I'll tell you, if you're a Nova Southeastern fan, you're most likely rooting for Lee.
Yeah.
Because if Lee get the double against Rollins, it would put Nova as the highest seed remaining.
Yeah,
Lee come back from the 2-run deficit.
Lee is a 7 seed there.
Meanwhile, if Rollins wins...
Rollins is a 3 seed.
So they would outrank Nova Southeastern, but Tampa outranks everyone as the 1 seed. So as we've been saying all weekend...
Heads up in the Spartan dugout.
A win would keep the Spartans at home for that Super Regional. A loss could mean that Nova would either host Lee or go on the road to Rollins. On the road to Rollins, that's always a fun little alliteration there.
One ball, 2 strikes. Outside, 2-2.
You mentioned Pastore was one of the best hitters so far for Nova Southeastern, but I'd argue for the series against the Spartans, you have to take a look at Irisari. He hit a home run, and he's been pretty lethal at the bat, at the very least in the early parts of games, helping spark some offense for Nova Southeastern. We see he's ready and alert, so with a 2-2 count, I still say he's very much in this at-bat.
Popped, gets out of play. I mean, Irisari is the second best hitter on the team, and it's not. He's pretty close to Pastore. Either one's going to be a good hitter. Pastore 364, Irisari 344. So they're both quality batsmen. It is now 2-2 again. Caney. And that's hit fairly deep, center field. Cadenas near the wall, stopping, makes the catch, and bumps into the wall. He's still down on one knee, but I think he's going to be okay. He's just kind of maybe catching his breath. Caught it on the track. Momentum took him into the fence, but what that was a 389-foot out.
That was a huge play there, and Irisari, maybe it was the wind that kept what could have been Nova's first run of the game just inside enough, and Cadenas had the legs to track back. He wasn't doing a Millie Mays. He was facing the ball, and he backed into the wall. He's okay. He's back up and moving, and that's the first out at the bottom of the second.
The wind is pretty much southerly at 10 miles an hour. So actually, if that's accurate, it's maybe knocked that ball down a little bit. Brings up Smith, the first baseman, to the plate. And he fouls that one off.
That one.
Adam Smith, a 346 hitter. Only played about half the games this season.
But with that average, you can trust him in the postseason.
Oh-2 pitch. Off speed, ground ball. Nunez takes a good hop all the way from third. Guns it to Sullivan for the out.
Good play from Nunez. We saw him have to double throw the ball as he wasn't able to field it cleanly earlier, but that time he does and fires it over for the second out of the inning. And taking a look here, that was actually Smith's first at-bat against the Spartans all weekend. He had been on the bench for the previous games.
Yeah, Frank had been playing first base.
Frank now at the DH position.
And now he's Frank is the right fielder.
Oh, right field.
Yep.
It's actually this player here, Avendano, who is playing the DH role.
Yep.
And Avendano so far has done well. He had an RBI single in the most recent game, and also drew a walk and went 1 for 2 in the other game. 2 RBIs total against the Spartans this weekend.
Inside. Drew Earhart asks for a new baseball. Gets it. Welcome everybody watching us, whether you're for Nova Southeastern, Tampa, or just a fan of baseball. Thanks for joining us. And the pitch, a little bit high. I always tell people I'm reaching 3 billion people when I do a streaming broadcast. Doesn't mean they're all watching.
Obviously.
I saw a resume one time of somebody for a PR job, and they said they had a podcast with an audience of 3 billion people. I'm like, well, technically, yes.
But how many are actually actively listening?
You potentially can reach every person in the world, but let me know how many you actually do reach.
How many people subscribed or liked or commented?
3-1. Walked him. Drew held it up there for a second, but Mr. Bennett said, nope, it's ball 4. First walk of the game, given up by Caney to go with 1 strikeout.
You've seen Caney with some solid command so far, so interesting to see that walk. A couple pitches that were close, like that last one, but just outside.
He's been close on all his pitches. We've seen some pitchers this weekend who are just really struggling to find the zone. That was a pretty close pitch, just didn't get the call. Brings up Hernandez, the catcher, the number 8 batter in the order. There's the strike. That's the one he wanted last pitch. You could tell it was just a little bit more into the plate.
And it's always a fine line when painting the corners. You have to be a little bit like Monet, just gracefully painting them on the edge. And you can't leak over, or else the umpire is not going to flash a strike. He's going to let it go for a ball.
Caney looks in, has an 0-2 count. 2 outs. Man on first, the pitch. Swing and a miss. Inning is over. Caney pumping his arms a couple times as the inning is over. 2-0. Tampa holds on to the lead. We head to the third right here on TampaSpartans.tv.
I am an NCAA student athlete.
And I pledge to be a champion of unity
on my team, on my campus, and in my community.
I pledge to embrace differences and strive for inclusion and collaboration.
I pledge to stand against racism, hate, and discrimination.
I pledge to strive for love, care, and forgiveness.
I pledge to stand against silence, deceit, and obscurity.
I pledge to strive for dialogue, truth, and understanding.
I pledge to stand against fear and doubt.
I pledge to strive for trust and belief in one another.
I pledge to stand against complacency and stagnancy.
I pledge to strive for change and growth.
I commit to supporting my fellow student athletes in all circumstances that impact them.
I commit to both choosing unity personally and encouraging it for all.
I pledge these things because we are stronger together.
United as one.
Top of the third inning we go. Dan Sullivan to lead off for Tampa. He singled his first time up. He's had a big bat this weekend, getting on base often.
That game against Spring Hill allowed him to get the stats that you'd normally see in a couple weeks rather than just a span of 3 to 4 days. So really good work from Sullivan.
Rivero, first pitch. Dan turns on it, down the line, base hit. Hey, may stretch it to 2. He rounds first and is going to hold. Quickly, Frank got the ball right near the foul line, but hustled it in quickly. Dan could see it all in front of him and knew and probably got some advice from first base coach Jose Jimenez. Lala maybe goes to second. Dan Sullivan, no.
So now you have to wonder, with Urso, are they going to try to play the numbers game, try to get Dan to second, or do they let Urso go like normal? Only a 2-0 lead for the Spartans, so they still might want to play small ball.
Urso down. Did he get hit? He is down. Now that may be a dead ball if it hit Urso. Sullivan got thrown out at second, and I think there was the hit and run going, or no, I guess he didn't get hit. It just knocked him down. That is the second pitch that Rivero has thrown up near the head. One went over Drew Earhart. This one dropped J.D. Urso to the ground.
Yeah.
Sullivan, don't know. He's thrown out at second. I think he was trying to move, as I thought. That one is over the head as well.
A lack of command being shown there from Rivero. Even though he's only on 44 pitches, his pitch is going wildly to the left. And again, those are 2 that nearly hit into Urso. That first one almost stayed. Urso stayed on the ground. But yeah, they were doing a run and hit.
That one's out low outside. So he's gone 3-0 on Urso. Unfortunately, Dan Sullivan, I think, was moving, anticipating the bunt, but Urso had no chance of even attempting a bunt. There's one down the middle for a strike, 3-1. Dangerous when your wild pitches are up near the head, though, folks.
Very much so.
That one's hit out into center field. Drifting back is Hazard. And he makes the catch in straightaway center. 2 down.
A good start from Sullivan, turning into 2 outs after he got caught with that very, very, very tough pitch. And surprising to see that Urso wasn't hit. But he flies out here. That's going to bring up Cumbo.
Well, he was lucky he wasn't, because that was
a dangerous one.
That was up high and inside. Here's Cumbo. Ground ball. Does it get through? Yes, base hit. Spartans are really hitting the ball well today, though the 2 runs they scored last inning came in on a walk and a wild pitch, or a walk and a hit batter. And also the wild pitch brought him in.
Of course. So the Spartans able to score multiple ways, and it's always good when you see their bats pretty active too, because active bats generally mean you're likely going to score more. Actually, I think that'll be time, and that very well could be the game for Rivero. They do have 1, but
Laz Gutierrez coming out.
Of course, they do have 1 mound visit before anything else is calling to the pen, but let's see if he takes the ball.
And I think he's calling the bullpen. So we will have a pitching change. I mean, Rivero, I'm safe to say, struggled. He's given up hits. 5 hits to Tampa and hit a batter and almost hit a couple other batters.
So Rivero completes 2 2/3, 2 earned, 5 hits, and 1 strikeout with 1 walk. And his day will be done, as they're now going to look for a bullpen arm to try to close out the inning or even more.
Coming into pitch is Matt Ornelas. He has a 4.09 ERA, a record this year of 1-2, 16 appearances so far. 1 of them was a start, 22 innings pitched, 17 hits, 13 runs, 10 of them were earned, walked 10, struck out 19, and he will inherit a base runner. That runner is responsibility of Rivero with 2 out here in the top of the third.
Lions got hit last time and came all the way to score, and he's going to be the first batter to face off against Ornelas.
So Laz Gutierrez basically making the decision, we've got to try to minimize the damage here. No runs have scored this inning for Tampa, but he's seen a little wildness out of Rivero.
They had 2 base runners in total, one of them still on. The other was caught stealing on a run and hit attempt.
Jamarcus Lyons coming to the plate. His grandpa's not here again. He was here yesterday. Said he hadn't been feeling well for the weekend. You know what? It's 92 degrees today. I'd stay home. Air conditioning.
It is a little hotter today than a few of the other days, and it feels even hotter on the field with humidity.
Jamarcus Lyons set. First pitch coming up from Ornelas. Swing and a miss. He comes in with 2 outs here in the third. Tampa on top, 2-0.
Good start for the Spartans, but we've seen Nova leave it late in most of their games. And against the Spartans in their first game they played, they didn't get runs going until the 4th inning, but then they did start going quite a bit.
That ball was in the dirt.
And in their loss, they scored first in the 6th inning.
And the pitch. In the dirt as well. 2 balls, 1 strike. That one's hit out into center field. Is it deep? Drifting back is Hazard. On the track, and he makes the catch to end the inning. A long fly ball by Jamarcus Lyons results in the 3rd out of the inning. We've now played 2.5. It is still Tampa 2, Nova Southeastern nothing on TampaSpartans.tv.
What have we here? Another random school of fish. Watch as they mimic each other's every move. Even their own mothers can't tell these fish apart. In this school, there is no room for individualism. These fish live in fear.
This is the University of Tampa. Explore your dreams. Discover your talents. Get ready to invent, innovate, and be a leader. This is the University of Tampa.
We've played 2.5. Tampa on top, 2-0. Nova Southeastern coming to bat. It'll be their number 9 hitter, 9-1-2. Here in the third, Hazard will lead off. Alex Caney on the mound for the Spartans. 2 solid innings, giving up a couple hits, 1 walk, a couple strikeouts. Sitting at 36 pitches. Hazard coming to the plate. 375 batting average. Played about 2/3 of the games, but when he does play, he's typically a starter.
Nova Southeastern, of course, with Hazard. A dangerous bat, and the first win against the Spartans. He scored 3 times on a walk and a 2-for-3 day. And in the most recent game, where he also started, he went 1-for-3 and also got on base via walk. When he gets on base, he usually comes around to score. So that is something, of course, to watch out for as he gets ready for his first step out of the day.
Also a very good center fielder who's been very active this weekend. Just made the long catch there. I'll bring it up again, see if you remember yesterday. How often does a player make a great play in the field and lead off an inning?
Exactly, 1 in 9.
Oh, yes, you remembered. First pitch is a strike. Alex Caney to the lefty, Hazard. Ground ball over Caney, heading toward Urso, gets it, fires. Nice play by J.D. Urso. And I noticed just before the play that he had moved, he was situated a little bit more towards second base than he had been for previous batters. So the lefty, they had the book on him, and he moved him over. Had he been in his other spot, a little more in the hole, he might not have gotten there on time. So strategically placed and a strategic out.
It was also a slower ground ball, so having him a little deeper and higher up in the infield meant that he had to make a running play. He does make the grab, and he doesn't need to bobble the ball. He gets it out, fires to first in time. Has got a little speed, but wasn't fast enough there.
Strike call to Epstein. Shortstop, leadoff hitter, struck out to start the game for Nova Southeastern. Caney gets the sign. Off-speed pitch, just foul. Nunez backhands it in foul territory. Keeps the ball in the game. This is a championship game. The winner moves on to play the Super Regional next weekend. The loser, season is over.
It's been a great season for both. Whoever loses, a little bit disappointed, but of course, other teams would have loved to make it this far.
Oh-2 pitch. Off speed, fouled again. Spartans with 5 hits already today. They're 5 for 12. Nova Southeastern at the moment, 2 for 8. And inside a little bit high. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Tough pitch, but a good eye there by Epstein not to go for it. Anything high and fast usually people think is a strike, but that's an easy time to swing and just get under that and miss it.
One, 2 on the way. Off speed, popped up. Urso drifts back. Cadena's in from center, waits, makes the catch, 2 down. Adam Frank now to the plate. He flew out to Jordan Lala last time.
We know that Frank is a dangerous hitter, though, so obviously not one to laugh about. 2 outs, and even though it's no one on, he can still be dangerous. Spartans have to be ready.
Inside corner. Strike 1.
Yesterday's game, he went 3 for 5, the most hits for any Shark, and he also brought home 2 runs.
Down the middle. Oh, quickly ahead 0-2. Oh, 2 count, 2 outs, bottom of the third. Caney delivers, fouled off. You can see the Tampa skyline in the background on a beautiful sunny Sunday. 0-2 again. Timeout called, and Caney aborts the delivery.
That's a little disappointing once you get set with a pitch and ready to go. It's just, nope, got to take a second. Still 0-2.
And he throws in. Oh, that one hit him. Now what? Now wait, are they sending him back? No.
Nope, that was just to check to see if he had swung.
Okay, all right. So that did hit him. maybe the forearm. So he gets a base, which is a tough way to get a base on an 0-2 count.
Disappointing for Caney, but
last thing Caney wanted to do is, give up a base runner.
That's a breath of fresh air for Frank, as he'll be able to keep the inning alive. Pastor, Fernandez, and Irisari, the three best Nova Southeastern bats, are now ready to go. Of course, there's 2 outs, so they need to keep the inning alive to see those two. But for Pastor, he does a good job of that. Singled last time.
Caney now in the stretch. Pastore at the plate. Ground ball heading up the middle. Takes a hop over J.D. Urso. The runner will only advance to second base, but they have runners at first and second now with 2 outs.
That just took a very unfortunate hop for Urso. He looked like he was going to be ready to get that, but when he's looking on the ground, ready for just a roller, it pops into the sky and gets to the outfield. We saw Frank stay at second, even though there was a chance to maybe try to get to third. They didn't want to risk getting thrown out by Cadenas.
He'd have been out by 30 feet if he'd have tried that one.
They've already seen themselves get thrown out from the outfield multiple times throughout the season in the tournament. When it comes to third or home, the Spartans have gotten the ball in very quickly.
So Fernandez now at the plate. 2 runners on. First pitch is a ball. Caney with a look back. 1-0 pitch, just missing outside. 2-0. We are in the bottom of the third. Nova Southeastern trying to see if they can create something with 2 outs. They got to 2 outs, and now have gotten 2 on. And now 2-0. Inside ball 3.
Caney was able to get the second out, but for now, starting to slip up. We saw just 2 unlucky hits, one of them a hit by pitch. I have to wonder, maybe Urso thinks about getting the bullpen ready. Not yet, of course, but Caney, of course, has mainly done relief stints, and have to see how long he's going to trust him.
3 balls, no strikes. Caney into the stretch. A look back at Frank. Here's the pitch. Walked him on 4. So, a hit by pitch, then a base hit, and now a walk after he got the first 2 people out. Loaded the bases, and Irisari, a 340-plus hitter to the plate, and I think Sam Militello is going to make a mound visit. Talking to Coach Urso, now he's walking out.
I think just thinking about how to game plan this important at bat, and you definitely don't want to face Irisari, bases loaded.
Still no action in the Spartan bullpen, though a couple guys getting ready to head down that way. Cameron Serrata walking down, the lefty who pitched well yesterday against Valdosta State. Sam Militello, longtime pitching coach here with Tampa. But the Spartans have gone from 2 outs to now 2 outs and the bases loaded. And
similar to the 9th inning yesterday. Instead, it is happening inning number 3 right here.
Irisari, the pitch from Caney. Call strike. Bases loaded. We've got Frank on third, Pastore on second, and Fernandez on first. Irisari at the plate. 2-0 Tampa leads here in the bottom of the third with 2 outs.
It's 2 outs, but arguably one of the harder outs to get. He flew out last time, but he took it very deep.
And he sets. Caney fires. Little bit outside. Ball 1-1. You said the lacrosse team playing in the national semifinals, 10-1 lead early against Limestone.
So it's a great start for them and J.B. Clark. And baseball's hoping to have the same result.
Caney with a look back. And that's ripped out into the gap. It falls right in front of Cumbo. 1 run scores. They're holding up the second runner. It stays 2-1. So the base hit bouncing in front of Cumbo. And it's a 2-1 game. Serrata had gone down to the bullpen, but now Michael Paul warming up for Tampa.
Given that it's the bottom of the third, they might want Paul to try to go 3-4 innings to see just if he can go a little bit longer. But this is huge for Nova Southeastern. They're able to get a run aboard. There's still plenty of time, but if they're able to get it close to level or take the lead here, that would be huge for them. But so far, they've got a player who's rarely played in the tournament in one of the most important at-bats of the season.
Bases loaded, still, but now a run in. The Sharks fans cheering. Here's the pitch from Caney. Call strike. Michael Paul was a starter yesterday. Did not go very long.
It looked like he was injured or just nursing
Or was
something.
that Friday? That was Friday. That was Nick Long who pitched yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Paul was Friday's starter, but only pitched about 4 innings. 0-1 pitch. Off speed, pops it up. Cadenas coming in. Inning is over. 1 run in. Spartans will hold on to the lead, but it's been halved. We have played 3 full. It is Tampa 2, Nova Southeastern 1 on TampaSpartans.tv.
Number 32, Kyle Hornsby. Inside the 30. Touchdown. Michaela Burgess. Incredible finish by Hall.
The NCAA and its member schools offer nearly 500,000 college athletes a path to go pro in something other than sports. Learn more at ncaa.org/opportunity.
College sports.
There's light at the end of the tunnel.
A return to normal, and all we love about sports.
You've instilled resilience, focus, and selflessness in us. We've put those lessons to work.
We've found strength and unity in each other.
You continue to take us places we never imagined.
You bring out the best in us.
So when we look forward, we see the light at the end of the tunnel.
We see a better world for all of us.
And for college sports.
Top of the 4th inning we go. Now a 2-1 baseball game. Tampa on top of Nova Southeastern in this NCAA Division II South Regional Championship game on a hot, muggy Sunday afternoon in Tampa. Ornelas on the mound for the Sharks in relief of Rivero. And Anthony Nunez will come to the plate. The third baseman walked his first time up and scored.
So we'll have to see what the Spartans could do here. Top of the 4th inning. Still have a 2-1 lead, but they did surrender 1 run, and thankfully for the Spartans, it was only 1 run off a bases-loaded situation as they were able to get out of a tough jam.
Ornelas' first pitch. Nunez sees a called strike. Bounces one in the dirt, 1-1.
You mentioned before, Nunez walked and went all the way home. You'd like the same thing to happen here. It would help the Spartans out quite a bit.
Off speed. Ball 2.
You see Ornelas going with a lot of the off-speed ones so far.
Outside, ball 3.
That time he fires a two-seamer or a sinker right there. Getting opposite break to try to fool Nunez into a swing and miss, as we've seen him.
3-1. Strike call. Nunez had tossed the bat aside.
I don't blame him. It looked just a little bit outside, but just on the corner enough for our home plate umpire to say, well, strike 2.
It'll be full count now. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. And I think that rang him up, and he knew that. I don't know if he was waiting for the walk, but he'll walk back to the dugout, and it'll bring John Malcolm to the plate. Malcolm's solid base hit. His first time at the plate.
He helped load the bases back when the Spartans were able to score. He didn't come all the way home, though, only getting to third.
First pitch. Strike call.
Malcolm at a disadvantage, of course. Lefty-lefty split for the platoon. Batters like Sullivan don't always struggle with it.
Fouled off.
But sometimes you see Malcolm or Lala or Cumbo occasionally have a couple hiccups. And with 4 lefty bats in the lineup, that does give Nova Southeastern an advantage if they pull and go for some of their lefty bullpen arms.
Time called. Now he's back. Ornelas doesn't wait too long between pitches. He's ready. The 0-2 pitch. Malcolm swings and misses. He goes down swinging. So back-to-back strikeouts here in the 4th for Ornelas.
That's a good start for him, and going to the bullpen in a game like this can be a little stressful. Now with a pitcher like Ornelas getting a great start here. It's going to bring Cadenas up. He struck out looking last time.
Nobody on, 2 outs now. Cadenas behind 0-1 now.
Spartans hitting .400 with 2 outs and .357 on the day. Actually are hitting worse with runners on than runners off.
Fouled off in the hole 0-2.
Feels like it's changing every game, but Spartans away, Sharks home. So looking to finish the top of the 4th inning with 3 straight strikeouts as Ornelas.
Ball high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. One, 2 on the way. Ground ball, foul. No, yes. Made the umpire hop out of the way, and I wasn't sure what call he was going to make.
It's close, but just not enough. It does stay foul. Keeps the count alive, at least.
Ornelas grooms the mound a bit. Now looks in, gets the sign. 1-2. Pop foul. Out of play. They give chase, but it's going to be up on the screen.
Misses the screen and actually leaves the stadium, clearing the beehive. So any fan that's out there might be able to get a souvenir. And speaking of fans, still pretty packed attendance, both Nova and Spartan fans here enjoying the day, enjoying the game.
1-2 pitch with 2 outs. Outside. Sharks fans wanted the call. Spartans fans applaud the call. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That's why it's so hard being an umpire. You're always going to have one side of fans to hate you.
Ornelas fires. That one, does it get up the middle? It does. Base hit. Nice piece of hitting by Jose Cadenas. Just got enough to muscle it out of the infield for a hit into center field. Hit number 6 on the day for Tampa.
Spartans bats quite active, and I think apart from the Spring Hill game, this is the most active we've seen them this early.
Yep.
They've had quite a bit of success when out-hitting their opponents. They actually didn't need to the previous game, advancing on some wild pitches, walks, and hit by pitches, but today, their bat's doing a little more.
Cadenas started to go just to see how they'd react. Pitch was a ball to Lala.
Last time up,
or a strike, I should say.
Lala grounded out, but got an RBI off it.
There he goes this time. The throw down to second. I think they got him by a couple steps. And, boy, Cadenas might have twisted his ankle, but I think he's okay. Second Spartan trying to steal. Thrown out today. And that ends the inning. So Lala will lead off the next inning. We've played 3.5. Still Tampa 2, Nova Southeastern 1 on TampaSpartans.tv. Bottom of the fourth of a 2-1 baseball game. It will be Avendano, Hernandez, Hazard, the 3 first hitters for Nova Southeastern. Alex Caney had a run come across in the bottom of the third. Had Michael Paul warming up in the Spartan bullpen. Nobody now as we head to the fourth, though probably won't take long if some things happen. Avendano at the plate, walked his first time. And the first pitch is a strike. And the pitch from Caney. A little bit low, 1-1.
Caney's still going. He was able to retire a tough spot back in the third inning. And has a clean slate for the fourth.
1-1 on the way. Nice off-speed pitch. Swing and a miss. That time Avendano couldn't dial down to get that one.
Certainly fooled him. Now he's going to be ahead in the count. Avendano walked last time.
Caney gets the look. 1-2 pitch. Outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. Caney with the long look. In the stretch, 2-2 coming up. Swing and a miss. Got the strikeout. Big one for Alex there. Strikeout number 3 on the day.
So a great start, of course. Only 1 run conceded with that bases loaded situation last time up. And, you know, maybe you're thinking, okay, maybe he's a little bit shaken after that. You might be able to get something off him. Well, he looks fine to me. First pitch, good strike, and leads to the strikeout for the first at-bat.
Brings Hernandez, the number 8 hitter, to the plate. Fly ball out to center field. Cadenas ranging deep near the warning track, but makes the catch for a long out. Covering a lot of ground, makes a nice catch.
We were worried that Cadenas may have twisted his ankle when he was trying to steal second. I think he just took a bad hop and twisted it for a second, but he did a fine job tracking that one down. Another hard hit ball from the Sharks, though, and if that was further to the left or right instead of dead center, that could have been a tied ball game.
Two down now, and Hazard, the number 9 hitter, to the plate.
Grounded out last time.
Strike call.
Nova Southeastern hitting .286 for the game, but with 2 outs. They've hit 4 for 6. In fact, all of their hits have come with 2 outs. So this is the time where they are the most dangerous.
Caney fires. Looks good. Does not get the call, though. A little bit low. In the stretch, 1-1 pitch. Outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Leadoff hitter Epstein on deck. Two-one. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Two outs, nobody on. Bottom of the 4th, a 2-1 game. Tampa holding on to the 1-run lead. The 2-2 pitch from Alex Caney. Fouled off.
The previous game, Hazard walked and went 1 for 3. And you've already mentioned that he has had a good job against Tampa so far in this regional tournament.
2-2 again from Caney. Outside high will go full, 3-2.
Top of the order would be due up for Nova Southeastern if Hazard got on base. But so far, Epstein 0 for 2 and Frank 0 for 1 getting on base via non-hit. His other at-bat.
3-2 pitch from Caney. Hazard waits. Shot right to Nunez at third, and the inning is over. Anthony Nunez perfectly placed, and it will just go down as a liner to 5. We've played 4 full, 2-1. Tampa holding on to the lead right here on TampaSpartans.tv.
The Spartans so far hitting 400 as we enter the top of the 5th inning. I'm Taylor Storthy, live Tampa Spartans TV for the NCAA Regional Championship between the Spartans and the Sharks. They lead 2-1 in the top of the 5th, having scored early. There's still plenty of time left, but also plenty of time for the Spartans to try to expand that lead. They've got 3 outs ready to go right here. Or in a loss. Still on the mound, Nova Southeastern pitched 20 pitches and 1 in the 3rd, getting 2 strikeouts in a very quick inning the previous time.
Taylor, I'll turn it over to you for the 5th and 6th, but just remember, it's got to be a Spartan lead when I come back.
Hopefully it is. It'll be up to the players on the field. And Lala can try to help that cause become reality as he is going to be leading off.
Yeah, he's leading off because Cadena is getting thrown out at second to end the inning.
Indeed, so he's going to be back up, grounded out in the second, but brought home a run. He's going to drop a bunt. Will he be able to beat the throw from third? Yes, he does by a step. Good speed by Lala. Good play by Irisari to track it down. But Lala just a second faster to get on to start. But you might not want to send Lala in motion. He is one of the best base stealers for the Spartans, but so far, 0 for 2 when attempting to steal bases. Sullivan and Cadenas getting thrown out at second.
Seems like all weekend long, anytime there's been a bunt to third, they've been out by a fraction of a step. This time he's able to beat it out.
So that will be interesting to see as he does flip the script with that play. Earnhardt taking strike one inside. Ornelas has been a tough pitcher for the Spartans to crack, and Lala getting the second hit against him. He's going to foul that one away. Count goes 0-1. Runner on first. He's going to get under that. That's going to be fly out, looks like, to center. Play is made for the first out of the inning by Hazard. And that's going to bring up Dan Sullivan, one of the hottest bats all season for the Spartans. Even going up against platoon lefty, he hasn't struggled in the playoffs. 5 home runs over the weekend. He's 2 for 2 today, the best of any Spartans bat. So far, the Spartans, they've only got 1 hit with a runner on. He's going to ground that over to short, fielded, and he will turn 2 to end the inning. The Spartans go down in order after a double play. They still lead 2-1. 2 up, Epstein, Frank, and Pastoral. We'll be back to Tampa Spartans TV after the break.
Number 32, Kyle Hornsby. Inside the 30. Touchdown. Michaela burns it. An incredible finish by Hall.
The NCAA and its member schools offer nearly 500,000 college athletes a path to go pro in something other than sports. Learn more at ncaa.org/opportunity.
What have we here? Another random school of fish. Watch as they mimic each other's every move. Even their own mothers can't tell these fish apart. In this school, there is no room for individualism. These fish live in fear.
This is the University of Tampa. Explore your dreams. Discover your talents. Get ready to invent, innovate, and be a leader. This is the University of Tampa.
Tampa as we get ready to go for the top half of the order coming up. Nova Southeastern in the bottom of the 5th inning. Taking a look at the other side of the bracket in the region, we see that Spartans is currently leading 2-1 in the bottom of the 3rd. Quinones earlier with a home run to make it 2-1. It had been 2-0 Rollins for a little bit. Rollins wins, they head to the Super Regional. He wins, they force their Game 7 to lead by 1 game because of weather that had affected St. Leo and the rest of the bracket a couple days earlier. First pitch here is going to be 1 outside. Haney still on the mound for the Spartans. 70 pitches in 4 innings. And up next is going to be pitch number 72. Now, that one's going to be strike 1 down there. Epstein's flown out and struck out today. Pretty consistent leadoff hitter for Nova Southeastern. And they're trusting him to get going. That one's inside, ball 2. We've seen a little action earlier in the Spartans bullpen, but for now it is empty. Trusting in Caney to try to get through the inning. They still lead by 1 run, but that is an incredibly dangerous lead, especially since we saw Nova put 5 on the board by the end of the game. In what was an 8-7 loss in yesterday's game that forced the unnecessary Game 7 today. Foul to go to 2-2 now to Epstein. Fouls that one away and stays alive one more time. Now. 2-2 from the stretch. Ball 3, that one just a little high. Going down the outside corner. Not enough though. So, count stays alive. 3-2. So again, very close count, very close. I've seen keeping lively at bat. Fouls that one away again. So once again, the count stays alive. But still stays full. Base is empty. No outs. Still going. You have to wonder how long Urso will want Caney to be out there. This at bat getting longer than I know he would want it to go. Spartans did use a couple bullpen arms, but a majority of their pen, and of course he could bring on rotation pieces if he wanted for this all-important game. You got to throw everything at it. It is win or go home. That's going to be grounded. Sullivan can't come up with it cleanly as it slips away. That'll get 1 off with no outs. Unfortunate there for the Spartans and for Sullivan. You're good. You're good. And now, there's a runner on with no outs. So still, 1 on, no out. Bottom of the 5th. And here we go. This is still the runner on? Yeah, that was it. That one was I think you're 2, yeah. I think that's what the deal was. Epstein on first, Frank at the plate. First pitch. That's going to be grounded. Earhart picks it up. It's actually Lyons at second. They're going to get the force at first. Can't turn 2, so it's a productive out. Gets a runner in scoring position, but it does get the first out of the inning. Good play there for the Spartans on defense. And Pastore, still some hot bats due up for the Sharks. And they've got a favorable situation with that runner on. We're going to see Urso come out, and you have to wonder, is that going to be it, or is this just going to be one more thing? He's going to call the pen, and it will be it for Caney. 4 1/3. Gets 3 strikeouts on 5 hits allowed. So a good start for him, but now he wants to trust the bullpen to try to go the rest of the way. He'll get an ovation from the fans and teammates. Even from a few Nova fans, too. 2 great starts in the tournament for Caney. The first one shortened because the Spartans were leading by a lot. That runner on second is his responsibility. But he's given the Spartans a good situation. Bullpen will have to go the rest of the way. In a second, we'll have to see who it is coming in. And would you look at that? My eyes don't deceive me. He went 5 innings plus yesterday. Braden Nelson, the top reliever for the Spartans, is back. We were certain he was done for good for the tournament. But no, Urso's going to call upon him. You have to imagine this is going to be a shorter stint for Nelson. They're going to want to make sure they take care of this side right here. And what a day that Nelson had before. We take a look in that game. He came on against Valdosta State. And he helped keep it clean en route to a 9-3 win for the Spartans. So he did have rest overnight, but still, his father said he could go 4 innings. When he was interviewed by Jack, he went 5 2/3, surrendering just 2 runs. But the Spartans' offense was very strong. They scored 4 in the 6th inning in that game. So those 2 runs from Nelson didn't really matter. Both runs did come on 1 single at bat, which was a home run, a 2-run shot. Had 5 strikeouts in that period too. And now he's got a chance to really do some good stuff for the Spartans. Runner on second. For the season, a 1.25 ERA, 6-1 record, 57 2/3 innings, and 58 strikeouts. Batters hit .211 facing him. Swing and a miss. Pastore down now 0-1 in the count. He's 2 for 2 with 2 singles. And a single, like the ones he had previously, would likely take Epstein home. On deck, we've got Fernandez, and then if needed, Irizarry. That one's in the dirt. It's going to get by Earhart. He's just going to hold on to it. Slipped away just fast enough for Epstein to take third. Earhart disappointed there. Went through his legs. One-two now. 1-1. The infield playing very far in, wanting to make sure Epstein doesn't try to get home on an infield ground ball. He's the tying run. And even though there's still time, Spartans don't want to take any chances. Count now is at 1-2 after that one was fouled. He's going to ground that, and it's going to go foul. Championship DNA runs through both programs. They went back-to-back in 15 and 16, where the Spartans won in 15, Sharks won in 16. Spartans most recently won in 2019. That one's going to get away from Earhart, but it's close enough where Epstein won't try to go home. 2-2. The infield far in. Dangerous runner at third. 2-2 ready to go now from the stretch. Fouled away. Swing and a miss. That'll be a strikeout. Earhart has to double check. Now he's going to go home. And they won't get the tag in time. Epstein takes the risk and the game is tied. That strikeout was in the dirt, so they needed the throw to first. And Epstein, once he saw the throw from Earhart go to first, ran home and slid in time. We now have a tie ball game. Base is empty, 2 outs, but the game is tied off of that strikeout in the dirt. That one's just a little low, ball 1, as Fernandez is now up. 1 for 1 with a single and walk. We've seen some close plays to the plate all series, but this time the Sharks benefit. Swing and a miss, count goes to 1-1. So it's a 1-1 count. Nelson fires. That one, he went, so it's going to be strike 2. 1-2. One and two count, not 3. From Nelson, just outside, ball 2. .278 average for Nova Southeastern, but they get a lot better with hitting when you get base runners on. Hitting .429 for 3-7. Bases are empty, so they do have the weaker odds here. 2-2. Swing and a miss, that's going to go past Earhart. Picks it up. Second strikeout in the dirt. Spartans retire the side, but on 1 run comes a home for 1 hit. The game is tied, entering the bottom of the order, well, middle of the order for the Spartans in the top half of the 6th. We'll be back after this. Top of the 6th, ready to go. Urso will lead off for the Spartans. The Sharks were able to tie it up in the bottom half of the 5th inning, scoring on a strikeout in the dirt. As my colleague Jack said, it's the participation medal of strikeouts, and they participate and get a run from it. That's going to be grounded over to second. Takes a weird hop, but fielded in time for the first out of the inning. Pastor was standing up for that play already, so the hop wasn't too far to reach. That'll be the first out. Urso falls to 0 for 2 today. Bottom half of the order doing a little bit well for the Spartans. Cumbo, 1 for 2. Lyons and Nunez have both gotten on base, but have also had a ball in play out, meaning they're both 0 for 1. Cumbo recently got on base via single last time. Base is empty, 1 out. It's ball 1 a little high. And so far, a great relief stint from Ornelas. Only surrendering 2 hits and 2 2/3, and he's also gotten 2 strikeouts. He's going to line that foul. No chance for Smith to make a play either. Of course, you see Smith making a tournament debut here. Frank moving up to right field. And Avendano to the DH spot. So a couple changes there, but so far, Smith, solid job defensively at first. 1-1. Cumbo goes down 1-2 in the count after that foul ball. See a little more action in the Spartan bullpen. They did just bring in Braden Nelson, who didn't allow a single hit. Did a good job of limiting the damage, but that strikeout in the dirt allowed Epstein to make a very good running play to get home and equalize the game. And the 1-2, that's going to hit Cumbo, and that's another hit by pitch for the Spartans. And home plate umpire is just going to go to the mound and say, yeah, just be careful with that. Obviously, slipped out of his hand, not intentional. Puts a runner on with 1 out for Lyons. Lyons was hit by a pitch back in the second inning, flew out in the third. Runner on, 1 out. In the dirt, Cumbo stays at first. Jamarcus Lyons, the sophomore from Tampa, Florida. Came from King High School, but also UCF earlier. 2-0 count. He's got a runner on, and he wants to help the Spartans. Strike 1 this time on the outside. We've seen Ornelas doing a good job getting those backdoor breaking pitches in the zone. Swing and a miss. The off-speed fooled Lyons. Count goes to 2-2 now. Runner on first, 2-2 count for Lyons. He's going to get under that one. A little too far under it. That's going to go foul. That one could have escaped the beehive. That's a rare thing to do. Still 2-2 count. Thank you for tuning in. Sunshine State Conference teams in the NCAA Regional Championship. Ball 3 now. That one just outside. Roars of disapproval from the Nova fans and some applause from Spartan fans. We get to see 2 Sunshine State Conference rivals, 2 of the best in the conference going at it. Lyons grounds out hard to short. They make the first throw to second. The throw to first is off the bag. Lyons will be able to turn to 2. But he's going to stay there. So it'll be 2 outs, and a runner gets to second off the errant throw to first. Epstein had to make a play to get that to second. Pastor trying to rush it. Missed the throw. So there now are 2 outs, but there are now 2 runners on for the Spartans. Again, looking across the bracket, if the result currently stands, Rollins will move on to the Super Regional, which means we would have a Sunshine State Conference Super Regional, and we're going to see a conference at the mound. I have to wonder, is Ornelas' day going to be over? See a righty warming up with a catcher. But for now, we think that it might just be checking in. We're seeing Laz Gutierrez there again. He's made a couple mound visits throughout his time in the tournament. 2 outs. Game is still tied. He's staying in, but they had to talk about what they want to do and how to tackle this next batter in Nunez. Struck out looking and got on base via balls in his first 2 appearances. And Nunez, he's been getting on base quite often this tournament. Not always via the hit column, but quite often via walks in the walk column. He had drawn 3 walks in the previous first game against Nova Southeastern. Swing and a miss right there. He's going to go down 0-1 in the count. Off-speed fooling him. Still a nice, clear, sunny day with a couple clouds in the sky at the University of Tampa. Ornelas wants an extra second to think. He's gone 3 full innings, looking to complete 3 1/3. That one curves into the zone, strike 2. And he's already ahead of Nunez, who already has a strikeout this game. Last time he did strike out was in the 4th against Ornelas. Fouled away. We see a pinch hitter on deck for the Spartans. Jorgensen would be getting a chance to go here if the inning stays alive. But so far, Nunez is going to need to work and get a positive outcome from this count that Ornelas is currently winning 0-2. It's ready from the stretch. That's going to be grounded hard to third. Picks it up in time. That throw is in cleanly at first. Spartans get a runner on an error, but nothing else as well as a hit by pitch. Score stays 2-2 entering the bottom of the 6th inning. Sharks have a chance to respond right after this.
College sports.
There's light at the end of the tunnel.
A return to normal, and all we love about sports.
You've instilled resilience, focus, and selflessness in us. We've put those lessons to work.
We've found strength and unity in each other.
You continue to take us places we never imagined.
You bring out the best in us.
So when we look forward, we see the light at the end of the tunnel.
We see a better world for all of us and for college sports.
And we are back at the UT Baseball Stadium. Bottom of the 6th inning coming up. Nova Southeastern equalized in the last inning, and they've got a chance to try to take the lead. Nelson was called upon to finish the inning, but now he's going to take a rest as we're going to see Paul enter the mound for the Spartans. And Jack, can you give me Michael Paul's numbers for the season?
He's got a 3.41 ERA, 87 innings. Normally a starting pitcher, and actually started a couple days ago for Tampa. He's given up 75 hits. 30 runs, 33 runs, I should say, 22 earned. And his job as a relief pitcher.
That one goes foul. And indeed, Paul being called upon in relief for the Spartans. He did start previously against the Sharks, but was pulled after a couple innings. That means he's got the energy to go a little bit further in a relief stint here. And the Spartans, even though they've got some players warming up, I have a feeling will want him to go as long as he can if he can keep the Sharks quiet. Irisari's up, and he got an RBI single last time. That one's going to go outside. The 0-2 count goes to 1-2.
Cameron Zareta warming up at the Spartan bullpen. He pitched a couple very good innings against Valdosta State yesterday.
Apart from being very good, they were also very fast, which means he should basically have a full tank for the game today. It's still tied. Both teams really feeling like they're equal. Spartans do have 2 more hits, but the Sharks were able to also get a runner on via walk. One more than the Spartans already have. Outside again, 3-2 count now as Irisari has fought back. The next 4 batters for the Sharks don't have a hit yet, but that doesn't mean they're going to go down easily as Irisari calls for time. The Sharks have been able to hit better with runners on. In 7 plate appearances with that situation, they've hit 3 for 7. That one fouled away. Now the last run Nova Southeastern scored was off a very weird play. Ball went in the dirt for strike 3. Earhart threw to first, and that's when Epstein took off for home and made it in time. So that's going to be ball 4. Irisari, leadoff walk. Runner on, no outs. Smith so far, grounded out and flew out. He's making a tournament debut, hasn't even come on as a pinch hitter. And so far has been quiet today. But his
Urso just went to the dugout or had the dugout bring him out some sunglasses, getting that point in the day where the sun's getting a little bit lower, not too much, but enough that any ball hit up into the air is going to be right in his eyes.
Want to make sure you're able to see the ball so you don't have an embarrassing error in the field. Smith flashes bunt. That's going to be popped up. And that's going to be caught by Earhart for out number 1.
Very fortuitous play for the Spartans there.
Of course, to bring you some news as well from Spartans lacrosse. They look set to go on to the national title game. They're winning by a lot against Limestone. Last time we checked, 17-2 in the 4th quarter. They might have scored more at that time, but for now,
that game being played just about a quarter mile from here.
Indeed, just across campus. A lot of Spartan fans, I say, having a great day there. A few of the Spartans fans having a good day here, but a little more nervous as this one a lot closer. 1 out, runner on. Avendano drew a walk, but also struck out in his 2 plate appearances. One of them official. He lines that, fouled. Of course, we mentioned Irisari. And the rest of the Sharks very good on the base paths. And Irisari hoping that he can continue his luck with that. 0-1 to Avendano. Strike 2, that one down the middle. And now he's going to be ahead of the count here one more time. He did get ahead of the count in the previous at-bat against Irisari, but Irisari was able to work a walk from it. Oh, 2. That one's in the dirt and just outside. Now, Earhart keeps his glove on it to make sure it doesn't go wild. Spartans would love to keep that force out available at second to try to turn a double play. You haven't seen them do too many of that after getting a few early. I'm not sure how many they've been able to get on Nova Southeastern.
Nova Southeastern's turned 2 against Tampa today, though. That's been important at this point.
Despite the 1 fielding error, Nova Southeastern really good from the field. Offense wins games, defense wins championships. Defense helped out with that strikeout to get the 2nd out of the inning. 2nd strike of the day for Avendano and the 1st for Paul.
I'm thinking Avendano just didn't guess right on that because that looked like a fastball down the middle.
It certainly did. I think he maybe expected it to drop a little more.
DeMarcus Lyons just went down to one knee. I don't know if the heat is getting to him or what, but second base.
Very well could be.
Earhart quickly went out and asked for the trainer, and one of the players quickly hustling out some water or Gatorade for the situation.
I imagine that could be a heat cramp. And I'll give time for Hernandez to get ready for this at bat.
Just the fact that he went down on one knee, not thinking cramp, just maybe thinking just a little exhaustion out there.
That certainly could be the case. It is hotter today. And the Spartans.
Middle of the day, too.
Spartans wearing black uniforms as well. And that will not do you any favors if you're a player looking to stay cool. You'd much rather have Nova's white uniforms because they will conduct a little less heat.
It's showing 91 degrees.
But obviously, it feels a couple degrees higher on the field.
Let's see what they're saying. Yeah, they're saying with the humidity, which is 56%, it feels like 102.
Oof.
So, there you go, if you're wondering if it's hot out there.
That's the type of day you'd love to have the red uniforms on.
But I would bet it has something to do with just the heat.
That would be, I think, a very safe guess.
Here's back up. See back on. Jack is?
Yep.
So a hot day. Hopefully Lions able to stay in the game. He
started to walk off almost. Now this might be a situation if they have to take him out. Yeah, I think he may be coming out. That maybe so. Josh Rulai comes in to catch and Drew Earhart goes to second. But he's coming out.
And I think that could be Rulai getting ready.
I'm looking for Drew Earhart, who was catching, but he went to the dugout quickly. I think maybe he got the word, get ready to swap spots and get Josh Rulai into the game.
And that is, I think, what's going to happen.
Yep, that's Josh strolling out with the gear on. Which means Drew will take the gear off, change mitts. So Rulai will replace Jamarcus Lyons in the lineup. Joe Urso does have a couple options. Earhart has played third. He could move Nunez to second. More than likely, though, you'll just see Drew Earhart, who started his career here as a second baseman. Played that a lot of the time, his first couple of years. There he's coming out of the dugout now. Looks like he's heading for second base.
We know Earhart's versatile, so he'll fill in there very, very easily. We'll just have to see where Nunez ends up and where Urso ends up, too. An extra warm-up pitch for Rulai as he's going to get situated.
Yeah, Drew is going to second.
Limestone cuts the deficit to 14. Tampa Spartans still lead 17-3 in the fourth quarter. If they're able to hold on, they'll punch their ticket to the national title. And with their new coach, J.B. Clark, hoping to win their first ever national title as a lacrosse program. 10 years running. I was there for a lot of their games this season alongside Bruce Wozniak.
You know, that's got to be a hot field because that's a turf field.
Oh, and yeah, it's going to be even worse.
Yeah.
At least with the grass, it won't be super, super hot. Checks him at first and stays there. One out, runner on. And you still, of course, have a double play option ready to go if you need. Earhart at second, Rulai at the catch position. Wonder if Malcolm might be changed as well, because we did see Jorgensen warming up as a hitter. but didn't have the chance to go.
Yeah, Jorgensen was coming in on deck.
Do you remember how the last kid got out? Avenado, number 1? Oh, fuck, I missed it.
I think it was a K.
Strikeout.
Avenado struck out last time. That one's going to be popped up, but it will go backwards out of play. All ready to go. It's an 0-1 count here to Hernandez. A little hard to keep track since we've had a fielding change and catcher change.
Nice.
And that one, ball one. That was close. They thought that pitch broke back into the zone. Count goes to 1-1 now. Hernandez up here. Flew out last time, struck out previously.
All weekend long, that pitch has been, what do you think, ball or strike? We wait and see.
A mix of both. That's why it's always been interesting to see. That one's going to be flared up. Should be playable, but could also drop.
Nice job, Lala.
Lala gets the final out of the inning. And apart from a walk, nothing doing from Nova Southeastern. The score remains tied at 2-2, top of the 7th, with the 8, 9, and 1 hitters coming up for the Spartans.
This is the University of Tampa. Explore your dreams. Discover your talents. Get ready to invent, innovate, and be a leader. This is the University of Tampa.
And as they are dusting off the infield a little bit, we are back for the top of the 7th inning. I'm rejoined by Jack in the booth. And, well, when you left, Nova was able to equalize. We didn't hold the lead, but the good news for Nelson is that that's not his run, and it just unfortunately comes off a strikeout.
Right, yeah.
Off the weird participation strikeout, as you call it.
Well, you got to give him credit for the heads-up play, though, knowing that they had to throw it to first and that they might not get the relay back in time. Ornelas has pitched well. He's 3 1/3 innings into this game. Came in quickly to replace Rivero and has shut the Spartans down. He's not overpowering. He doesn't throw a blazing fastball. Mixes it up. Spartans have a bunch of hits. I mean, they have 7 hits today, but they just haven't bunched them together. Twice they've hit into double plays that ended innings. McAllister Jorgensen coming into as a pinch hitter for John Malcolm. I think maybe Joe going with the lefty-righty matchup. Malcolm a lefty. Ornelas a lefty pitcher.
I have a feeling that is what they want here because, again, the Spartans have been struggling with those lefty-lefty splits, apart from players like Dan Sullivan and Lala, who's done well.
Jorgensen, the freshman, looks at ball 1.
This could be a big bat for Jorgensen. He wants to get some offense going. The Spartans would love to take the lead here and try to set themselves up for a better rest of the game.
There's
still
a strike.
some time. Of course, each team have the 8th and 9th inning to go, as well as this one.
Bounces one. That was a 55-foot pitch there. Which you do know you can swing at if you want to.
Of course. Not recommended, though.
No. I think people have gotten base hits off it. 2-1. Jorgensen fouls it off.
And as you mentioned, not the most velocity and not as much of a hard-throwing pitcher, but Ornelas, great break, and he's really liked to throw those backdoor breaking balls that have fooled Spartan batters from time to time.
2-2 pitch on the way. Fouled off again.
He's not a side armor, but that delivery isn't necessarily an over-the-top one.
Yeah.
It's almost a mix of like the
maybe
three-quarters and
2/3,
sidearm.
3/4. Yeah, you're right.
So it's a little bit harder to read and makes those breaking balls start further outside and harder to track.
2-2. Ground ball out to shortstop. Epstein, quick throw, close, but he got him.
Out by just a step or two. Jorgensen almost able to run it out. Smith able to make the play. That's the first out of the inning.
That's one of those where if it's Jordan Lala hitting that, he beats it out because he's a lefty and he's already 2 steps toward first base. Jose Cadenas to the plate.
Singled last time. Now's a chance with 1 out in the 7th.
And the pitch. Strike.
He's getting that outside corner well. And for righties, that can be a tough pitch to look at.
In the dirt.
Whenever you have backdoor breaker balls like that, sometimes you can be as effective against righties as you are against lefties because it's hard for them to sometimes read the outside of the zone with those.
1-1 on the way. Popped up, out of play. Well, I guess we're getting what we wanted. A classic baseball game here into the 7th inning. All tied up 2-2. Seems fitting for the championship of this South Regional.
The goal to get to the Super Regional. At this point, they would be facing Rollins, but again, there's still plenty of time to go.
One-two pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him on an off-speed pitch. 2 down. We'll bring Jordan Lala, the leadoff hitter, to the plate.
That's the 3rd strikeout for Ornelas. And looking at the other side of the bracket, both teams scored 1 more run. Top of the 6th, it is 3-2, Rollins lead. Get some arms warming up, stretching out in the Nova Southeastern bullpen, but with Ornelas pitching so well, they're not in a hurry to make a change.
First pitch called strike.
Lala, 2 for 3.
Inside. 1-1.
Spartans average for the game drooping down to 304 after being pretty high early.
1-1. Outside ball 2. Drew Earhart on deck, hoping to get up this inning. 2-1 to Lala. Ground ball heading out towards second. That's Pastore. Inning over. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th. All tied up 2-2, Tampa and Nova Southeastern on TampaSpartans.tv.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Bottom of the 7th. Nova Southeastern will be coming to the plate. First batter will be Hazard, the number 9 hitter in the order. Michael Paul with an inning under his belt already, coming in relief.
Surrendered a singular walk, but also got a strikeout. And I think now he's just going to inform the umpire of... Oh, no, he's just giving him a...
Not sure what he was giving him. He gave Josh Rulai something. You know, I'm not sure. I know it's legal this year, but it almost looked like he put something in his ear instead of having a sign transmitted from the dugout. They can do it through almost like a hearing aid setup. First pitch to Hazard, way outside.
That can be useful to just make sure a little bit harder for opponents to try to track signs.
Yep.
If you're going to use them audibly and at a volume that other players usually can't hear.
One 1-0 pitch to Hazard. Down the middle, strike call. Tampa scored 2 in the second. Nova Southeastern answered with 1 in the third, 1 in the fifth. We're in the bottom of the seventh, tied 2-2. Ball 2.
The one problem for the Spartans is when their bats get hot, they flare out quickly, and we've struggled to see them heat back up once they do score quite a few runs.
Fouled back, 2-2.
Nova Southeastern, their bats generally stay warmer throughout the game. They've occasionally cooled down, but even when they were trailing 8-3 yesterday, they were ready to go and forced a really long inning and almost came all the way back to win the regional outright. But not enough. They lost 8-7, but again, they have been known to manage their bats and keep them hot later in the game.
Ground ball. Earhart gets a nice hop. And the throw to Sullivan for the out, 1 up, 1 down.
Earhart's simple play to make the first out. And first time he's going to see action at second for the game.
Epstein coming up. Shortstop, leadoff hitter. Singleton scored last time up.
His quick instincts on that strikeout to run and slide home. As we see, he's got a little bit of dirt on his jersey.
First pitch popped foul.
Those instincts are the reason this game is tied.
Oh, 1 pitch from Paul. Down the middle, strike 2. Paul gets a look, now stops. Epstein backs out. And the 0-2 pitch. Just a little high. One-two pitch coming up from Paul. Off-speed pitch gets the strikeout.
Second of the game for Paul and second out of the inning. Retired right away. Frank now steps up, and today he's actually an uncharacteristic 0 for 2. He's been cold from the bat, and he did get hit by a pitch earlier, though. And so far, Nova, as a team, have been pretty quiet. 5 hits so far, and only going 2.08 for their average.
Here's the pitch from Paul. Kind of lunges at it, fouls it off. Ball actually comes right back to the umpire.
Bats for both the Spartans and Sharks quiet today. Under 300 average for both teams. Has been more of a defensive showdown despite multiple pitchers being used for both teams.
0-1 pitch. Just missing the outside corner. One pitch from Paul. That one just misses the corner. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Trying to paint it, but the brush outside the line, just so slightly. Enough for that one to be called ball 2.
2-1 pitch on the way. Down the middle, fouled off, 2-2. Last inning, Spartans had to make a defensive replacement in the middle of the inning when Jamarcus Lyons just went down on his own, and we think maybe just the heat. So Drew Earhart, who was catching, is now at second base, and Josh Rulai is now behind the plate. The pitch in the dirt. We'll go full 3-2.
Even though there's 2 outs, you don't necessarily want to walk Frank because Pastor, Fernandez, and Irisari were the 3-2 up for 3 of the deadlier batters for Nova Southeastern.
Swing and a miss. He got him. The inning is over. We'll go to the 8th, folks. All tied 2-2. Spartans will send up Earhart, Sullivan, and Urso right here on TampaSpartans.tv.
I am an NCAA student athlete.
And I pledge to be a champion of unity
on my team, on my campus, and in my community.
I pledge to embrace differences and strive for inclusion and collaboration.
I pledge to stand against racism, hate, and discrimination.
I pledge to strive for love, care, and forgiveness.
I pledge to stand against silence, deceit, and obscurity.
I pledge to strive for dialogue, truth, and understanding.
I pledge to stand against fear and doubt.
I pledge to strive for trust and belief in one another.
I pledge to stand against complacency and stagnancy.
I pledge to strive for change and growth.
I commit to supporting my fellow student athletes in all circumstances that impact them.
I commit to both choosing unity personally and encouraging it for all.
I pledge these things because we are stronger together.
United as one.
Yeah, definitely.
We are back at UT Baseball Stadium. Still 2-2 here, but good news for Spartans fans. The men's lacrosse team is headed to the national championship. They've closed out the 4th quarter in a 19-8 win over Limestone, and now have one more game to go before they can bring home a national title for lacrosse for the first time in program history.
And they are rated number 1 in the nation, correct?
They are, and they are now still undefeated, and I think that was win number 20 on the season.
Okay.
So what a start for J.B. Clark. Start of a hopefully really successful Spartan career.
It'll send people scurrying for the record books. Winning a national, hasn't done it yet, but winning a national championship in your first season.
He's had a long storied career in D2 lacrosse and bringing his expertise and knowledge to the University of Tampa, similar to how Urso's expertise and knowledge has been here for over 20 seasons. And now looking for season 22 to try to end in more glory for the Spartans. And they're going to get ready to go, top of the 8th.
Drew Earhart will lead off. Ornelas still on the mound. And the pitch to start the 8th. In the dirt for a ball. Everything we expected from these two teams for a championship game. All squared at 2 into the 8th.
Very hard to separate these two teams at all. Tampa, a slight edge when it comes to hitting, but you could also argue Ornelas has been the best pitcher of any so far.
Ball 3.
He's at 54, and you have to wonder, does he not have starter distance?
Well, he's been a starter. He had started 12 games already, so he's probably got it in him. There's a strike. 3 balls, 1 strike to Drew. Spartans looking for any kind of base runner. 3-1 pitch. Walked him. There's the leadoff walk.
Spartans will love to see that. Getting a runner on base. That's the first walk we've actually seen conceded from Ornelas. And now it brings up Dan Sullivan.
Now you wonder, even though he's your power hitter, does Joe try to just get him to second?
That's a tough decision.
I know. With a guy like Sullivan.
You do have a 1 run would give you the lead and potentially try to book a ticket to the Super Regional.
First pitch, he's swinging, but he looks at one high.
You also want to make sure you're not sending Earhart too early because the Spartans not very great with stealing bases.
Yeah,
0 for 2 on the day.
I mean, if he is going to bunt, it's on contact. It's not a
Certainly will.
A hit and run kind of a play. Check swing. They call it a strike.
You could see from Sullivan's face that he knew he went around there. So far today, he's 2 for 3, but most recently, he had a double play that ended an inning.
1-1. Fouled off.
Urso on deck. Even though he's hitting at the 4 spot today, he's actually been quiet. Apart from game 1, he's had some struggles in the tournament, and hopefully not seeing those hitting woes returning.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Fakes the throw to first. Some folks in Palatine, Illinois, watching this at bat from Dan Sullivan carefully. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Sullivan goes down swinging. Brings up J.D. Urso.
Disappointing for Sullivan. That's the first out of the inning here. Now it's up to Urso. He was hit by a pitch back in the first inning, but apart from that, he hasn't been able to reach base again.
First pitch, fouled back.
Paul has done a good job on the mound for Spartans, but you really want to try to get some offense going and make him have less pressure entering the bottom half of the 8th inning.
Ground ball. That may get, no, they get the force, that's it. Deflected off Irisari's mitt to Epstein. He turned quickly to toss it to second baseman Pastore, and they got the force at second. So Urso on first, Earhart wiped out. That bounces a different way when Irisari hits it, and everybody's safe.
Epstein made a good play there off the deflection and is able to get a fielder's choice out. Urso, it's a productive out, but not in the way he hoped. He gets on base, but he's now stuck at first, and we're going to see Cumbo get ready to go. Hit by pitch last time, but he got a single back in the 3rd.
Throw over to first.
They want to keep Urso true as well. 2 outs, they just need 1 to get out of the inning. Ornelas would complete 5 1/3 of work. So,
Cumbo sets. Ornelas with the pitch. Strike call.
Ornelas finding those outside corners. He's got a platoon advantage against Cumbo.
Outside. They ask if he went around. He didn't.
Held up just enough, but warranted a check at third base.
Some cheer, some jeer on that one after they get the call from the third base ump. 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 outs. Popped up. Is it in play? Giving chase is Hernandez. It's out of play. Comes down into the stands in front of us, but behind the plate.
That's one of the rare ones that falls down
Came
here.
all the way through, yeah.
So
it'll be 1 ball, 2 strikes to Cumbo.
The middle bats coming up for Nova Southeastern in what could be a very interesting bottom half of the inning. Can the Spartans help their cause out here?
Cumbo waits. Here's the pitch. A little bit low inside, 2-2. On the way, 2-2. Popped up. Should be caught. Epstein, it's shortstop, drifts back, makes the catch to end the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. We're still tied 2-2. It'll be Pastore, Fernandez, and Irisari for the Sharks right here on TampaSpartans.tv.
What have we here? Another random school of fish. Watch as they mimic each other's every move. Even their own mothers can't tell these fish apart. In this school, there is no room for individualism. These fish live in fear.
This is the University of Tampa. Explore your dreams. Discover your talents. Get ready to invent, innovate, and be a leader. This is the University of Tampa.
Bottom of the 8th. It will be Pastore, Fernandez, and Irisari for the Sharks. That's 3-4-5. All tied up 2-2. Spartans put 2 up in the second. Have not scored since. Tampa 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors. Nova Southeastern 2-5-1.
Now you mentioned that, Jack. Those 4 combined, 4 for 7 on the day. They have 4 of the 5 Nova Southeastern hits, so we know they can get on base. The question is, will they here in one of the most important innings of either team's season? Bottom of the 8th.
Paul with the pitch outside.
So far, Cadenas, 32 pitches, 3 strikeouts, no hits allowed, and 1 walk surrendered.
That looked good. Catches the corner, 1-1. Michael Paul, normally a starter for the Spartans, coming in relief. 2 innings under his belt to this point. That one's ripped out toward Lala, and it falls in for a base hit. Leadoff base runner for the Sharks.
Sharks get someone aboard to open the inning. And with no outs, that's the go-ahead run. This game is so close that any run could be crucial. And Fernandez and Irisari, the 2 bats you'd love to have with that runner aboard. So Spartan, you're really hoping for maybe a double play or another failed bunt. So I bet that Nova Southeastern are going to go small ball here. They tried it earlier when they had a runner.
Fernandez to the plate. Paul now in the stretch. First pitch, strike call. Not showing any sign of bunting.
Rulai should be ready as well in case Pastor wants to try to go for second.
Fernandez does lead this team in home runs with 12.
We've also seen him hit a few in the tournament, including one previously against the Spartans.
0-1 pitch. Just missing outside. Nova Southeastern does have about double the stolen bases the Spartans have, though we haven't seen Laz Gutierrez try to run this game the way he has in previous ones, and maybe play it close to the vest here since we're in the 8th. 1-1 pitch. Ball outside.
The outs have become increasingly important here, so I do agree. I think that he's going to try to play it safe. He knows that if he can hit around or get walks, that runner can naturally advance around the bases. He doesn't need to risk stealing it. And
2 balls, 1 strike.
Tied game, no need for desperation just yet.
Just missing, 3-1. Paul into the stretch. Now a big pitch on 3-1. Hit out into the right center gap, but Cumbo makes a running catch. And that forces Pastore to scurry back to first base. Nice catch, E.J. Cumbo in right field.
Cumbo made it on the run, and thanks to that play, that'll let the Spartans take a little breath. A double play ends the inning, even though you've got one of the deadlier hitters than Irisari up. 1 out will certainly help you in this situation. Because after Arasari, 0 for 11 are the next 4 Shark hitters. Obviously, no time like the present to try to get those hits and get on base, but Arasari the only one who's proved that so far.
Paul in the stretch. That one's hit out into the left center gap, coming in quickly, and Lala makes the catch. Casually making the catch, it seemed like.
Yeah, I mean, he was running quickly for it before. He lost his hat, but once he knew he'd get it, simply strolls and picks it up. Second out right there.
2 big outs on fly outs here.
We do see a pinch hitter coming in for Smith now.
It is number 16, Nick Sanders, a senior from Coral Springs, Florida.
Interesting thing for Sanders, the first time he came out as a pinch hitter, he was intentionally walked to try to help give a more favorable base situation.
274 on the year.
This time he has a true at-bat like he did in the previous game when he came on as a pinch hitter. The only times he's come on as a pinch hitter have been against the Spartans so far in the postseason.
Ball outside. Pastore on first. 2 outs, bottom of the 8th of a 2-2 ball game. Winner, regional champ. 1-0 pitch. Low, ball 2.
Avendano on deck. Unlike Hernandez and Hazard, who are behind him, he has reached base earlier in the game. But he didn't do it with a ball in play. He got it via other means. His count is
Paul with 2-0. That one's down the middle. Strike 1. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Still tied, a huge at-bat right here, and a huge pinch hitting opportunity for Sanders. Wanting to be a hero for the Sharks.
And Paul is set. 2-1 count. Tapped into the mitt of Josh Rulai for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs.
After having the credit for the loss against Nova Southeastern in the previous game, Paul wanting revenge today, and so far he's done a great job of keeping the score tied, only surrendering 1 hit so far within his 2 2/3 of work. A chance to try to get out of the inning here.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Michael Paul with a long look. Pastore, decent lead at first. Here's the pitch. Foul back, we'll do it again. Paul gets the sign in the stretch. Sanders awaits. Foul ball. We will do it again.
Sanders just hoping to stay alive here. He's done a good job of fouling them away so far. And that's what starts to get on Paul's mind, what he needs to throw to try to retire the final out of the inning.
Paul into the stretch. 2-2 pitch one more time. Fouled again. Stays 2-2.
2-2 count with 2 outs, a runner on first, and a 2-2 scoreline. So you see quite a few 2s on the board right now.
Paul has a sign into the stretch. The 2-2 again. Popped up, and they give chase, but it's out of play, so it stays 2-2. Paul keeps pounding the strike zone. Sanders keeps fouling him off at this point. Two, one more time. Fouls it off. 5 fouls now.
This at bat quickly becoming one of the longer ones Paul has had to face. And you do have to wonder, he has already 40 pitches. How much longer would he be able to go? When would you want to bring in Serrata or a different reliever? You do have someone just stretching out in the pen, but not actively warming up.
2-2 pitch one more time. Swing and a miss. He got the strikeout. We will head to the 9th inning. A big pitch by Michael Paul as he just stayed with it and finally got Sanders to go down. We'll head to the 9th, all tied 2-2. Spartans will send up Rulai, Nunez, and Jorgensen right here on TampaSpartans.tv.
There is something electrifying about a vibrant community of learning. Providing new knowledge, reimagining teaching and learning, designing and reinventing the spaces where we learn, live, and work, attracting and inspiring the best students and faculty, engaging locally and globally. These are essential to creating tomorrow for UT and our world. A campaign causes us to state what we stand for. It propels us to envision the future and work diligently in new and exciting ways. It inspires supporters to believe in the long-term value of campaign priorities. It impacts the world we inhabit today while we're creating tomorrow.
We are deeply grateful that so many of you stand with us. Together, we are developing UT as a model metropolitan community of learning.
We are pleased you enjoy the satisfaction of investing in the lives of students. Your heartfelt commitment makes for an electrifying connection among all of us.
Creating Tomorrow has been a campaign committed to advancing UT's mission and vision for the future. Our focus, the people, places, and purpose of the university, has transformed the UT educational experience and created a legacy of excellence.
We are where we are today, one of the most exciting times in UT history, because you accepted our challenge. You have helped us transform UT.
Top of the 9th we go. A position change for Nova Southeastern. Smith is out of the lineup at first base and replaced by Marcus Franco, a freshman from Miramar, Florida. Franco's 6'4", so he'll take up some space there. Josh Rulai, Spartan catcher, his first at-bat. He came in as a defensive replacement, had started the first 4 games of the weekend.
Rulai got his first home run of the season earlier in the weekend, so he's had a great job this weekend, and hoping that he can be a big at-bat for the Spartans and generate some late offense. It's the top of the 9th here, and they're going to want to try to get a lead entering bottom half.
Ornelas with the pitch. Rulai fouls it off. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Spartans' average has dropped to 259. They haven't been able to get a lot of hits on Ornelas, and so far through 5 from the 3rd, he's on only 2 hits surrendered and 1 walk surrendered.
One and 1. Ornelas with the pitch. Outside. Hernandez tried to bring it into the zone, but couldn't.
The righty still now warming up in the bullpen for Nova Southeastern.
That one does catch the corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes. After Rulai, it'll be Anthony Nunez, then McAllister Jorgensen. 2-2. Rulai swings and misses. Strike 3. 1 down here in the 9th.
That's an important out for Nova Southeastern. We actually see a few of the lacrosse players filing into the game.
Yeah.
They are coming off their win to get to the national title. Want to support their baseball brothers in the 9th inning here.
So Anthony Nunez. See if he can become a base runner for the Spartans. I tell you, Ornelas has pitched well, 5 2/3 innings in relief. Not allowed a run.
If you look at Rivero as an opener, then I think Nova Southeastern did a good job. Rivero did, of course, surrender 2 runs, but Ornelas has kept the Spartans quiet ever since.
outside. 1-1.
Similar to Nestor Cortez, a lefty focusing on movement and breaking pitches rather than pure velocity to fool batters.
Ground ball out to second. Pastore gobbles it up, throws over. 2 down in the 9th. And McAllister Jorgensen will come to the plate for his second at-bat of the day.
Grounded out the last time up as a pinch hitter. Ready to go here. He replaced Malcolm for a platoon advantage. Cadenas on deck. I know he's going to want a chance, but that's all up to Jorgensen if he can figure out how to get past Ornelas.
First pitch, call strike. A 1 pitch on the way. Ground ball, again out foul.
Jorgensen down early in the count.
No balls, 2 strikes. Ornelas trying to get it tied up to the bottom of the 9th for his Sharks.
Would complete 6 1/3 if he could, and he's now over the 80 plateau. 80 pitches.
The 0-2, ball high.
In a Game 7, high-pressure game, you need a good start, and that's what Ornelas is given.
1-2 pitch. Ball 2, high. Two on the way. That is way outside, ball 3. Jorgensen will have a full count.
Good job to work the 0-2 count full and put some more pressure. Top of the 9th, and with 2 outs, you want to keep your team alive and not have to force a bottom.
3-2 pitch on the way. Call, strike 3 will go to the bottom of the 9th. Not sure if Jorgensen, I think it froze him for a second, and the call ends the inning. Will go to the bottom of the 9th. It will be Avendano, Hernandez, Hazard, 7, 8, 9 of a 2-2 game right here on TampaSpartans.tv.
College sports.
There's light at the end of the tunnel.
A return to normal, and all we love about sports.
You've instilled resilience, focus, and selflessness in us. We've put those lessons to work.
We've found strength and unity in each other.
You continue to take us places we never imagined.
You bring out the best in us.
So when we look forward, we see the light at the end of the tunnel.
We see a better world for all of us and for college sports.
3-2, bottom 7. Bottom of the 9th. Well, you know, we had high drama yesterday. We have equally as high drama today. 2-2, bottom of the 9th. Nova Southeastern at the plate. Avendano will lead off. Michael Paul on the mound for Tampa. And the first pitch. Ball outside.
The Sharks have an advantage here. They score a run, they win and go to the Super Regional. But for the Spartans, they can take a little solace knowing 0 for 8 are how the 7, 8, and 9 hitters who are due up for the Sharks are.
Ball 2 outside.
Avendano, however, has been the only one to get on base all day. He drew a walk back in the 2nd inning, but didn't advance any further. Struck out 2 other times in the 4th and 6th.
2 balls, no strikes. There's a strike call. In the other South Regional, Region 2, Rollins leads Lee 5-3, bottom 7. If Rollins wins, Rollins is the Region 2 champ. Here's the pitch. Ball 3 high, 3-1.
More activity in the Spartans bullpen, and you do have to wonder, with the potential winning run at the plate, if that runner gets on base, do you rest Paul and try to trust a reliever like Sereda?
The 3-1. Walked him. The winning run trots down to first base as Hernandez will come to the plate.
He's 0 for 3 today, but it's better late than ever. The question is, of course, do you play the numbers game? You're going to get a pinch runner actually coming in. It's number 17. But with a pinch runner, do you think they sacrifice, put him in scoring position, hoping for one hit to win the game?
Alejandro Macario coming in.
We've seen him
come in as a pinch runner prior, yeah.
And he's back in as a pinch runner.
2-2, bottom of the ninth. Here comes Sam Militello, the Spartan pitching coach, for the mound visit with Michael Paul.
Won't look like a change here. I think it's just going to be...
No, not unless, only when Joe comes out do they ever change. I guess the question now, at this point in the game, does Laz Gutierrez try to advance him to second with the bunt? Now might be the time you do that.
With how Fernandez has been so far, you might want to. You then would bring up Hazard, who's been more of a contact hitter. See a round of applause for the lacrosse team. They have arrived in fuller numbers here to cheer on baseball. We already mentioned they're coming off a huge win, looking for the first national title. So, a Spartan side in the spring will have a national title, even if Nova Southeastern can send that runner all the way home.
Long talk by Sam. John Bennett's going to break it up. Actually, he's just going to listen in for now. So setting up the possibilities, he brought all the infielders in. They want to know where the ball will go, depending on where it's hit. Also encouraging Michael Paul, shake off the walk, throw strikes.
At this point, Paul has done such a good job from the mound, and you're hoping he can just get you 3 more outs.
Hernandez on the mound, or Hernandez at the plate. He does show bunt. Nunez does creep in, but he pulls it back. It's a strike call anyway.
Saw Nunez running to it, and you wonder on the bunt, Spartans just go for the force, however, how it's hit, or maybe they do take a risk at second.
Well, Josh Rulai will typically make that call. The catcher will have the play in front of him, and he punches that one foul. That pretty much takes the bunt off with 2 strikes.
You could still go for it. It's a little bit less expected at 2 strikes, but then you do run the risk. Hey, then you're staring at 1 out and a runner on. And the sacrifice is a lot less viable then.
Oh, 0-2 pitch now. He's still going to show bunt. Gets it down. Do they go to second? They do. The throw. They got the one. A good play by Michael Paul to J.D. Urso to get the lead runner. Too crisp a bunt, went right back to Paul. And Josh Rulai said, take it to second. And a perfect throw. 1 down, runner still on first.
That's a huge out there for the Spartans. And it's better that they were able to get the lead runner because Macario is now out, and you've got Hernandez at first. Hernandez still very dangerous. He's the winning run, but he now has to travel those extra yards that you mentioned to win the game for the Sharks, and Hazard is now up with 1 away. If you're able to get him into another ground out like he did in the 3rd and 7th, you could try to turn 2 and get out of the jam.
Hazard the lefty. Paul sets. Strike call.
About to have pitch number 60 from Paul, but what a good job he's done so far.
Gets ahead quickly. The 0-1 pitch to Hazard. Fouled off. 0-2.
Hazard hasn't gone down on strikes yet today. He's been able to put the ball in play every single time. He also had lined out earlier to third. You have to wonder if that streak will continue, or can Paul get number 5 on the board for him?
0-2 pitch from Paul. Base hit. Out into left field. Lala throws it in, but runners now first and second with 1 out. Winning run, standing on second.
And now you bring up Epstein, who scored the tying run back in inning number 5. 1 for 3, 4 actually. And now he has a chance of the winning run at second. Nunez just a few inches away. And no, they won't make a pinch runner. Or will they?
Not sure what they're doing here.
They will,
yeah,
yes.
They are going to make a pinch runner, pinch change. Number 2, Steven Schisler will come in. He is from Pembroke Pines, Florida, sophomore.
They're going to want to send Schisler home. The pinch runner here. 1 out. High pressure for Paul.
Epstein to the plate, the leadoff hitter. And here comes Joe Urso. That'll be it for Michael Paul.
I think they're going to be trusting. It could be Serrata, it could be someone else.
No, Serrata's a lefty. We'll see who it is.
But Paul finishes 3 1/3, only 2 hits surrendered, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, 61 pitches.
Pitching change coming up. I heard someone say it was Hayden Erb. We'll have to see if it is. It's 30. Erb is 35.
Who's the pitcher? That's the confirmation we've gotten. It is
Hayden Erb, who pitched 8 2/3 innings yesterday, 110 pitches, but his job is to get this game to a 10th inning. He will face Epstein with runners at first and second. Bottom of the 9th, the winning run standing on second.
1 out with the season on the line. Stamina is not a factor. He's not going to care about the 117 he had yesterday. All he's worried about is the ones he's going to have today. Spartans season on the line. Sharks wanting to complete the upset in the series and get to the Super Regional, even if it will be hosted at Rollins. The Spartans not wanting the season to die out here.
Spartans have to hope we go to extra innings.
We've said we wanted a classic. We have gotten a classic so far.
Hayden Erb, the SSC Pitcher of the Year, starter all season long, coming in to try to shut down the Sharks.
All the rules out the window for resting starters here. You bring on the best pitcher you can in this situation. And who better than Hayden Erb? Up until 8 2/3, he was doing a really good job of keeping it quiet. And then that's when he ran out of gas. And I don't think it's physically possible for him to have 100 pitches at this point. So he'll be on a full tank of gas, even if the engine might be a little tired.
So Epstein steps into the batter's box. Tyler Epstein. Runners at first and second. That is Schisler, a pinch runner at second. He is the winning run in this game. Erb looks in. Timeout called by Epstein.
On deck is Frank, who's 0 for 3, but so far in the tournament, he has had so many crucial at-bats. If there's no double play, he might have a shot.
Erb fires. First pitch. Strike call. Erb looks in, gets the sign from Rulai. Still looks, has the sign. The pitch. Ground ball foul, 0-2.
Herb doing a good job to get ahead of his first batter. We've seen two pitchers that had pitches in games yesterday come into the game. The two combined for over 13 innings of work in total. And they're still getting the call to try to get out of some jams here. Nelson did, but it was Epstein who came home on a strikeout in the dirt.
Herb has the sign. 0-2 pitch coming up to Epstein. Pokes it through. Is there going to be a play at the plate? They're going to send him. Throw from Cumbo. They're going to save the runner at third. The bases will be loaded. They were signaling him to go, and then they waved him back quickly.
Cumbo got the ball too quick for there to be able to play at the plate. If Schisler did go, it surely would have been the second out. They had the throw in time, and that would have brought 2 outs on the board. But now even a sac fly ends it. We've already seen Frank hit so many RBIs throughout this weekend. He's up there in the leaderboard, of course, a little bit behind Dan Sullivan, but a very deep infield. The force out is at the plate.
Adam Frank at the plate. Bases are loaded. Winning run at third. 1 out. Bottom of the 9th. Spartans with a drawn-in infield. The pitch to Frank. Pop fly. Is it going to be deep enough? It probably will be because Lala has to go way back. He makes the catch. Here's the play. It's going to be a ball game for Nova Southeastern. Wait, did they leave it? He left early.
He did it.
He left early. He is called out. It's a double play to send this game to the 10th inning.
And now listen, you might say, is that a reviewable call? I can't pull up replay because I don't know how to work it. I saw it. He was maybe half a second early off the bag. If he just waited, there was no shot for Lala to get that ball in.
I tell you what, Anthony Nunez knew it because he asked Lala to throw it to third, and they stepped on the bag and got the call. Las Gutierrez can't argue it much. The advantage of having umpires on every base right there.
And the Spartan players were so quick to point it out. They got the ball in. They tagged the bag. What could have been a walk-off sac fly. Schisler a second early. We're going to overtime. Extra innings number 10 up next.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
We go to the 10th, unbelievably, on what should have been, could have been, a game-winning sacrifice fly in the bottom of the 9th with 1 out. Schisler on the tag, left third early. The Spartans saw it. Lala made the catch, immediately threw to third. Nunez stepped on the base for the double play to end the inning. Taylor, you saw it. I think a lot of fans saw it because there were a lot of people screaming. And then I saw the ball get thrown into third, and I'm like, boy, they aren't even trying for the play at the plate.
At that point, the play at the plate would have been impossible.
Yeah.
But thankfully for the Spartans, and in a heartbreaking fashion for the Sharks, we go to extras because he was off a little early. I think Schisler saw the ball falling and didn't realize Lala caught it closer to the ground.
I don't know if he did that as
on purpose. I think he just was a little bit behind it. Maybe didn't see it cleanly enough. But whatever it did, it benefited the Spartans, and now we're going to see Michael Dillon step on the mound
Extra
for Nova
innings,
Southeastern.
folks. Michael Dillon coming in. He is 1-0 on the year. This is his 21st appearance, all as a reliever, 1.57 ERA, 23 innings pitched, 16 hits, 6 runs, 4 earned, 6 walks, 10 strikeouts. The first batter he will face will be a pinch we've got number 10 coming in for the Spartans swinging a bat as opposed to Cadenas, who is supposed to lead off. It looks like the Spartans are going to send Giovanni Lorenzo to lead off the inning.
Lorenzo played in the first game against Spring Hill, but since then he's been quiet and has been resting, and he's going to come on as a pinch hitter now. Top of the 10th inning. Of course, the Spartans, they were home the last time they faced Nova Southeastern, so they switch it up.
Lorenzo, 294 on the season.
How crucial.
Steps in as a lefty.
As a lefty, now they've got a slight advantage. Lefty hitters do usually a little better against righties than righty hitters, but
what does this do to the Spartans? First pitch is a ball. Hops away from Hernandez, no big deal.
Spartans will need every advantage they can get. Dillon, the best reliever for Nova Southeastern, unlike the Spartans who've now already used. And
we are in the 10th. Ball 2 outside.
The Spartans had used their pitcher quite a bit. It's hard to get things in. Nova Southeastern keeping a very quick pace of play. They already used their main closer yesterday and earlier today to try to get out of a jam.
2 balls, no strikes. There's one down the middle. Strike call, 2-1.
Lala and Earhart on deck. Earhart no hits yet. Lala 2 for 4.
2-1. 2-2. Nice job by Dillon to fight back after going down 2-0.
He found that one on the outside corner, and now is the advantage over Lorenzo.
2-2 pitch. Bob pops that one. Does it fall? Base hit for Lorenzo. A leadoff single to start the 10th for Tampa.
Spartans bench loving it. The go-ahead runner's aboard, and undoubtedly here comes a pinch runner.
Pinch runner coming in will be Kian Knutson. The freshman will be coming in. Nice job of hitting by Giovanni Lorenzo. Hats off to him for that. Knutson, much faster, is going to be the pinch runner. Now, does Joe Urso go small ball?
Yes, I think definitely you've got Lala at the plate. He is the master of small ball for the Spartans. He's one of the faster runners.
And he's a very good bunter. Laz Gutierrez tried it last inning, and the Spartans were able to throw the runner out at second.
Watch Knutson at first. I have a feeling he might be going. They're going to fake throw to get him back, but they might be going run hit here, and Knutson might have better luck.
I don't know if you steal or just wait for Lala to bunch across. Lala's very good at putting it over. There's a throw over. That was the A move that time.
And I think Dillon might be worried about Knutson trying to steal. They know that Lala's probably going to bunt. We're already going to see Arisari playing in.
Hernandez, the catcher, steps out, gives the infield some signs on how to handle the bunt or the steal. Lala back.
I've seen a Pastore likely ready to go cover second.
Lala inside on the first one. Able to not only draw his bat back, but get out of the way.
We've saw Lala draw a walk while trying to run sacrifice bunts before. And I wonder if he'll do that again. Now on the grass, not in the infield.
We've seen him do sacrifice bunts and get on. Here's the 1-0. There goes Knutson. He's going to have to hustle back or halfway. No, it's going to be a catch in the outfield by Fernandez. So Lala pops out to left.
The two
showed bunt but pulled it back.
Two of the best Spartan hitters, of course, now with a runner on. That would be the go-ahead run to try to give yourself a lead entering the bottom of the 10th. Earhart 0 for 3, but he did reach on a walk in his most recent at-bat. And on deck, of course, Dan Sullivan. He started 2 for 2 and has gone down to 2 for 4.
Earhart at the plate. Knutson still on first, 1 out now. Ball low.
If there's no double play, Sullivan will get a shot, but we've already seen Nova Southeastern turn 2.
1-0 pitch. Dillon sets and fires. Pop fly. Heading out towards center field. Short center field. Still coming in and making a long running catch is Hazard. 2 outs. Dan Sullivan will come up.
It was a single from Lorenzo, but apart from that, 2 flyouts. So Dillon doing a good job of retiring Spartan hitters early. Not a surprise. He's the best bullpen arm from Nova Southeastern. And now it's going to be Sullivan tasked with that go-ahead run on first.
Sullivan, the big stick for the Spartans. The pitch. That is hit out into right field. Falls in for a base hit. Knutson will stay at second. You could tell him looking over at Joe Urso, and that was hit a little bit too sharply. And now here comes J.D. Urso with a chance to drive in a run.
Urso 0 for 3, but we know that he is definitely due. Hitting around 400 for the season. He's an electric bat for the Spartans, and he wants to make his dad proud. He'd love to try to bring Knutson home. We saw the bases get loaded in the bottom of the ninth with the game on the line. Here, Nova Southeastern gets a shot no matter what, but they would love to keep it tied. Spartans would love to be leading.
Here's the pitch. Outside, good block by Hernandez. Spartans would love. Actually, I think that is Avon now catching.
It is Avon. He has come in as a defensive sub at the catcher. They were running pinch hitters, pinch runners throughout the bottom of the ninth.
I might say that Avon is how it's pronounced. All right, 1-0 pitch. Urso waits. Ball outside, 2-0. Knutson on second. Sullivan on first. Urso at the plate. 2-2 game, top of the 10th. 2 outs. Urso slaps it through. Knutson may be running with... That one's fouled off. Well, you know with 2 outs, Knutson's running at the crack of the bat. Urso takes a deep breath. We do too. Steps back in. 2 balls, 1 strike. Dillon fires. Outside corner, 2-2. It's a tough pitch to hit, and Urso just laid off.
Sometimes just want to wait for a better pitch, but now 2-2 for Urso. Spartans fans in attendance. Urso could be a hero. 2-2 with 2 outs, 2 runners on.
Here's the pitch from Dillon. Fouled off. Did they have a play? I think so. Coming for it. Makes the catch. That was Franco making the catch near the Sharks dugout. As Urso fouls out, we'll go to the bottom of the 10th. Still tied, 2-2. Into pitch for the Spartans. Still Hayden Erb. We'll be back after this. Bottom of the 10th, 2-2. Spartans making a defensive change as well. Kean Knutson came in as a pinch runner. He will go to left field. Jose Cadenas will exit the game, and Jordan Lala will move to center field. And it will be Pastore, Fernandez, and Irisari, the meat of the order, 3-4-5 against Hayden Erb. Coming in relief.
The toughest bats back up for the Spartans, but they are facing the best Spartan pitcher. You have to wonder, though, he did 4 pitches to retire 2/3 in the bottom of the ninth to send it to extra innings, and now we'll have a clean slate, but he does have to get through the whole inning to keep the game alive. All the Sharks need is 1 run, and they'll punch their ticket to the Super Regional. And these 3 bats are the ones they're going to want to do it with. They're 5 for 10 total for the day.
Pastore levels the bat. Erb fires. Nice breaker, call strike. Rulai flashes the sign. Erb in the stretch. He's pitching out of the stretch. The pitch. Fastball, swing and a miss. Quickly ahead 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch to Pastore. Fastball caught by Urso at shortstop. JD ranging behind second base. Just takes it off the ground.
Huge play from Urso getting the first out of the inning. That was a very well hit ball from Pastor, but not enough to get to the outfield. 1 out.
Brings Fernandez to the plate. Anthony Nunez really guarding the line for Fernandez. First pitch, tipped back into Ruai's mitt for a strike.
Fernandez hasn't had a hit since the first inning, but he has been one of the more dangerous bats and also carries a bit of power. Nova fans would love to see him try to get closer to Sullivan's home run total. It would end the game.
0-1 pitch. Fouled off. 0-2. Herb quickly gets ahead. Not only is Nunez guarding the line at third, Dan Sullivan very much guarding the line at first. They don't want anything rolling to the corners. The 0-2 pitch to Fernandez. Check swing. I think he went around. He did. Strike 3. They didn't even have to appeal it. Home plate umpire made the call. 2 down here in the 10th. To the plate comes Irisari.
Irisari walked in the 6th, flew out in the 8th. 1 for 3 today, but he's been a lethal hitter for Nova Southeastern, and he's ready to take on Herb.
Herb winds and fires. Strike call. Gets the sign in the stretch. Fouled off, strike 2. So once again, he gets ahead 0-2.
Herb could send it to 11 right here. Would bring the Spartans 5, 6, and 7 bats up and give E.J. Cumbo a chance with empty bases.
Herb in the stretch. 0-2 pitch. Whoa, close but no call. One thing Herb I've noticed does not do, he won't waste that 0-2, and I don't think he was wasting that. That was a little bit too close to consider it a wasted pitch.
I agree.
Just didn't get the call.
Rulai close enough with framing, but not able to get it done.
I can tell that he was hearing it from the Spartan bench because the umpire flashed it was outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Change up, curveball, strike 3. Irisari shaking his head no. Doesn't matter. We'll go to the 11th, folks. Hayden Herb, spectacular for the Spartans here. And we go to the 11th. The Spartans will send up Cumbo, Rulai, Nunez, right here on TampaSpartans.tv.
I am an NCAA student athlete.
And I pledge to be a champion of unity
on my team, on my campus, and in my community.
I pledge to embrace differences and strive for inclusion and collaboration.
I pledge to stand against racism, hate, and discrimination.
I pledge to strive for love, care, and forgiveness.
I pledge to stand against silence, deceit, and obscurity.
I pledge to strive for dialogue, truth, and understanding.
I pledge to stand against fear and doubt.
I pledge to strive for trust and belief in one another.
I pledge to stand against complacency and stagnancy.
I pledge to strive for change and growth.
I commit to supporting my fellow student athletes in all circumstances that impact them.
I commit to both choosing unity personally and encouraging it for all.
I pledge these things because we are stronger together.
United as one.
To the 11th, E.J. Cumbo striding to the plate. Still tied 2-2. We have been tied at 2-2 since the 5th. Spartans scored 2 in the second, have not scored since. 8 innings, been shut out. Nova Southeastern with a run in the 3rd and a run in the 5th. Had a chance to win the game in the bottom of the 9th. Bases loaded on a fly ball to Jordan Lala. Cumbo swings and misses. The tag, he left early from 3rd, and the Spartans went right to 3rd, stepped on the base, and got the double play to send it to extras. Cumbo, line shot. Pastore in time. Stayed in front of that ball, let it fall right in front of him, and made the throw. Well hit by Cumbo, but again, just right at somebody.
Good job by Pastore after dropping it to field it again, but he's got the first out. But again, as you were mentioning, this game was seconds away from being over. But Schisler, a second early off third base, tagging up too early, and because of that, we go to extra innings.
Josh Rulai to the plate for the Spartans, his second at-bat. Swings and misses. Fooled on that one.
The bottom half of the Spartan order coming up, and today they've been quiet. The next 3 combined 0 for 6. Rulai, Nunez, and Jorgensen. Knutson hasn't batted yet. He came on as a pinch runner.
Rulai watches that one go low outside.
Rulai struck out in his last plate appearance, hoping to avoid that fate. Dillon so far in 1 1/3 surrendered 2 hits, but no strikeouts, and has retired the side.
Rulai lofts one into right center. Does it get over? No. Quickly over is Frank to make the catch.
I would say well, but not well enough. Frank gets the second out of the inning. The bottom half of the order coming up, and all 3 players due up for Nova Southeastern were either pinch runners or pinch defenders, and they're combined 0 for 0, every single one. So completely new bats for the Spartans to face. And
Anthony Nunez steps in for Tampa. Batting left-handed.
Previous 3 at-bats, including back in the 9th, all of them were outs. He had a walk back in the 2nd.
Dillon's pitch. Nice pitch for a strike. Ball outside. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Nunez quiet today. He's been doing great throughout the tournament, though. And surprisingly enough, apart from that walk, he hasn't done much else.
Calls time there. Steps back in. The 1-2 on the way. Fouled off.
Quite a large Spartan contingent, including plenty of the lacrosse players. Everyone's still excited, enjoying this one. It really has been a classic for the regional title.
Swing and a miss. We'll go to the bottom of the 11th. Still tied, 2-2. Tampa, Nova Southeastern. Nova Southeastern will set up Franco, Marcario, and Avon on TampaSpartans.tv.
Just another ordinary day at UT.
Bottom of the 11th, still tied up. It's been tied with this score since the 5th inning. And leading off for Nova Southeastern will be Franco, who came in to play first base. As Taylor mentioned, the bottom part of the order, other than Hazard, all players who came in as replacements, pinch runner or defensive replacements. Hayden Erb still on the mound for Tampa.
Throwing 14 pitches to retire 1 2/3 of innings. There is action in the Spartans bullpen, but it might be Serrata. It's a lefty warming up.
Yep.
Have to wonder, of course. They want to trust Erb as long as they can. He does have 3 chances with some bats that haven't had a lot of action in the postseason.
First pitch to Franco. Ground ball. Ranging. Can't get it. Base hit on the first pitch by Franco. Didn't even give me a chance to give you his season average.
That average just went up.
It was 292.
He's the winning run right now. Marcario, Avon, and Hazard on deck. Without a double play, we'd see Hazard up again. Serrata getting ready in case they want to pull him in. We saw Serrata do a lot of quick work to retire batters. Maybe they do if there's another base runner. Runner on first.
Marcario to the plate. He's going to show bunt. Tries. Doesn't get it down.
We saw Rulai ready to fire back to first base, but holds on to it, not wanting to risk a throwing error. As if it rolls all the way to the bullpen and it's too hard to field by Cumbo, that could have ended the game. But I imagine that they are going to have Marcario try to bunt and run it out.
Erb is set. Shows bunt again. This time he gets it down. They probably have a throw at second. The throw. They got the lead runner. Nice job by Erb. J.D. Urso got there. The throw. Took it off some dirt.
Big play for the Spartans. They keep the winning run at first as it's a new runner now. But that new runner was a player that has been a pinch runner before, so they know he can run around the base paths.
That'll bring Avon to the plate.
He was a defensive substitute and now getting his first at-bat in one of the biggest spots for the Sharks all season. That's the run that sends them to the Super Regional.
Ball low. He did not show bunt. With one out, that might wipe out that thought. 1 ball, no strikes. Swing and a miss. He went upstairs looking for that one.
You do see the third baseman as well as the infield a little bit further back. Maybe you do think, hey, if I try to drop it down, worst comes to worst, I'm thrown out at first. Maybe it gets to a spot where I can get on base and get a runner to second. It's risky with 1 out, but all you need is 1.
1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 2.
That one landed in the dirt, but Rulai up quickly, ready to try to get Marcario out if he wanted to try to get to second. We saw a ball in the dirt, send a runner home. It's the reason we're in extras. As that was back in the 5th, Epstein scurried on home after strike 3 was called in the dirt.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Erb fires. Tapped, out, fair ball. Are they going to have a chance at first? The throw? They got him at first. Runner moves to second, so that is the winning run. Heads up play, though, by Josh Rulai, and a great throw to Dan Sullivan to get the out.
Big play to get the second out, but for the Sharks, they're now in a better spot. Hazard, he's 1 for 4 today. He's a hitter we know that can get balls in play, and Marcario's a fast runner. If he gets this past the infield, Marcario could make it home.
That was a swinging bunt by Avon there, but it basically did what they wanted to do, and that was get the runner to second. So Hazard to the plate.
A true softball slap hit, if you will. Herb, 1 more out to get out of the inning. But now with the lefty up, does Urso keep Herb in, or maybe do they trust Serrata? Lefty-lefty platoon. Well, Hazard bats both ways, so he'd go righty against Serrata.
Herb sets. Looks back. Chases Marcario back. He is the winning run here in the bottom of the 11th.
There still are 2 outs, though. good news for Herb because a fly ball would lead to an out, bring it to the top of the 12th.
Herb sets the pitch. Tries to bend it in, but it stays outside. Hazard steps out, shrugs the shoulders, steps back in. Spartans playing back in the infield. They want a ball that will take a good hop to them or cut it from going into the outfield. And now Hazard calls timeout again. Fixes the gloves.
Coming off such a long start yesterday, Herb doing such a great job. 1 out to go to complete 2 2/3 of work.
He sets. 1-0 pitch. Looked good, but he doesn't get the call. 2-0.
You do have a free base, so if you walk Hazard, it's not the end of the world. You'd have Epstein up next. Epstein has been strong hitting, but again, you do just need 1 out. Key thing is you don't want to throw a wild pitch.
Finally, the battle of wits, and Hazard calls timeout. Back into the box. Herb gets the sign from Rulai. 2-0 pitch on the way. Ground ball, foul. Two balls, 1 strike now. This is about all you could ask for a championship game, extra innings.
It really is. And by the way, we've got word at the other side of the bracket. Rollins is through to the Super Regional. They defeated Lee 7-3.
2 balls, 1 strike. Winning run on second. Here's the pitch from Herb to Hazard. Fly ball. Lala waits. Let's go to the 12th. Hayden Herb shuts him down again. Through 11. Still Tampa 2. Nova Southeastern 2 on TampaSpartans.tv.
College sports.
There's light at the end of the tunnel.
A return to normal, and all we love about sports.
You've instilled resilience, focus, and selflessness in us. We've put those lessons to work.
We've found strength and unity in each other.
You continue to take us places we never imagined.
You bring out the best in us.
So when we look forward, we see the light at the end of the tunnel.
We see a better world for all of us and for college sports.
Twelfth inning we go now, and McAllister Jorgensen will stride to the plate. Still tied 2-2. We're into our 3rd extra inning.
Jorgensen struck out looking in the 9th. He's looking to improve. So far, both bats pretty quiet for both teams. 237 and 225 average combined.
Dillon on the mound for Nova Southeastern. He's pitched 2 into his 3rd full inning. And the first pitch inside to Jorgensen. Luke Glancy getting ready to come in as a pinch hitter. He will bat for Kian Knudsen. Next batter. Jorgensen waits the 1-0. Strike 1.
Top of the 12th. This has truly been a classic NCAA Region Championship between 2 Sunshine State rivals.
Ball gets away. That's a no harm, no foul pitch. Nobody on. Just ball 2.
It's been a long weekend, and it has been exciting.
2-1 pitch. Dillon fires. Call strike, 2-2.
I think Jorgensen not super happy with that. But again, we've seen those left side pitches sometimes be called throughout the weekend strikes.
Here's the 2-2. And it'll go full, 3-2.
That was close. I think Jorgensen maybe thought he didn't hold up.
Yeah, he wasn't sure. He was unfortunately left it to the umpire.
You never want to do that, but
3-2 pitch coming up from Dillon. Spartans looking for a base runner. Here it is, winding, firing, swing and a miss, and Jorgensen goes down.
Second strikeout of the game for Jorgensen, and that will bring up Glancy as a pinch hitter.
Glancy will bat for Kian Knudsen. First pitch to Luke. Ball low. One 1-0 pitch. Glancy turns on it and fouls it.
This is an important pinch hit appearance for Glancy. He's got a chance to try to get a runner off for the Spartans. Top of the order would be up Lala and Earhart.
Glancy steps back in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pops it up. Giving chase is Irisari. It's out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Next up, the top of the order for Tampa. Glancy back in. 1-2. Glancy, swing and a miss. He's down swinging. 2 down here in the 12th.
That's Dillon's.
Jordan Lala to the plate.
That is Dillon's 3rd strikeout of the game and 2 2/3 pitched, 35 pitches. We saw Tampa's closer go a while, and you wonder how long Nova's closer will be able to go. See, Serrata's still warming up in the Tampa bullpen. I have a feeling that Herb will still probably start bottom of the 12th. Bottom of the 12th. I was going to say should we need it, but there is no mercy rule. There's no way we won't play bottom half of the inning.
Lala, base hit. 2-out base hit for Jordan Lala brings Drew Earhart to the plate on the first pitch from Dillon.
That was a huge at-bat for the Spartans. Get a runner on. That's a go-ahead run. Earhart 0 for 4 today. But we know that he can be clutch when he needs
Laz
to.
Gutierrez has come out to talk to the home plate umpire. He's asking, now the home plate umpire is asking for the first base umpire. Actually, all the umpires are coming in to confer.
Are they trying to say that Lala maybe stepped out of the box or something?
I don't know. They're having a discussion. Lala just singled.
We see Franco over at first with Lala. That's a change from...
It would be really hard for a lefty to step out of the box, especially when he hits it to left field. So I don't know if that'd be the discussion, but Laz Gutierrez has brought something up that they need to discuss. And what he brought up is enough to make a pretty big discussion with the umpires. They're pointing to first base, but I think everything will stand. Third base umpire coming over to talk to Laz. Home plate umpire going to talk to Joe Urso, has palms down like, what is going on?
Yeah, he's asking what's going on. Gutierrez getting the confirmation of what their decision is. But I think it's just staying as is. Runner on first. 2 outs.
Gutierrez kind of animated here as he's getting the ruling. Finally turns around, walks back. Nothing has changed. Everybody is still where they should be.
Tampa's crowd a little more active. We see some of the lacrosse players there. Earhart ready to go.
The unofficial report is they said Lala was discussing his base hit with the Nova Southeastern dugout on his way to first. Anyway, Drew Earhart to the plate. Ball in the dirt. Now we've heard that same situation brought up with Lala earlier in the first game they played Nova Southeastern, that when he scored a run, he chirped at the dugout. There's a strike. I don't know if you can call it throw a guy out of the game, or if you throw him out of the game, he's not out.
Of course, they'd have to just bring in another pinch runner.
They just bring a pinch runner in, but who knows? 1 ball, 1 strike to Drew. Fly ball, that may be in the gap. Does it get down? It does. Lala's going to score. He's going to come in from third. He's going to make it sliding. Spartans take the lead 3-2 on a double by Drew Earhart in the gap in left center field.
And if it was a question if Lala was saying anything to the Nova dugout before, he certainly did. The Spartans dugout elated. A runner on second with 2 outs. Earhart finally finds his first hit of the ball game, and the Spartans lead in the top of the 12th. 1 step closer to the Super Regional. We still play a bottom half because they are the away team. But that is so important. The at-bat of the season, and now Dan Sullivan's up with 2 outs. Righty-lefty advantage for him, and you'd argue he's also a hot bat 3 for 5 today. Can he keep the Spartans' bats moving? They lead 3-2.
Everybody going crazy here. Huge hit, as you said, hit of the season. Drew Earhart. Boy, I was watching Hazard. I thought he was going to track that one down, but he didn't get there. And it wasn't for lack of effort. It was just a well-placed ball by Drew. The advantage that Jordan Lala had is there were 2 out, so he is just heading full steam ahead. Dan Sullivan coming up now, and if he can slap one through, the Spartans could take a 4-2 lead.
And how huge would that be?
You know, a couple years ago when I do Spartans basketball, they had a player hitting a couple threes and stuff, and as he was knocking down the threes, he would chirp at the opposing team's bench on the way back. They finally called him on it. Pitch to Sullivan is low. So next time I saw him at halftime, I said, next time you hit a 3, chirp at me. I'm doing the broadcast. So he did. Said, I don't care.
If you want to get some chirps out, do it at your friends.
Yes.
Because they will love it.
Yes.
And if you're talking smack to your friends, they'll talk smack back, and you won't find yourself in hot water.
1 ball, no strike. There's a little grounder. Digging. The throw will go to the bottom of the 12th, but the Spartans do get the lead, 3-2. And Hayden Erb going out on the mound to try to seal a victory for Tampa. Finally breaking through after not scoring since the second inning. 3-2 Tampa on TampaSpartans.tv.
This is the University of Tampa. UT students travel from across the nation and around the globe to join a dynamic learning community. There are 150 academic programs, continuing studies for non-traditional students, and a highly ranked graduate school.
Bottom of the 12th, Tampa on top this time, 3-2, but it will be the top of the order for the Nova Southeastern Sharks. That's Epstein, Frank Pastore, Hayden Erb on the mound, going into his potentially 3rd inning of pitching or 4th inning of pitching before it's all said and done. Spartans do have Serrata loose in the bullpen. Epstein at the plate. First pitch. A little bit high. By the way, Rollins, a winner over Lee, 7-3 at the regional number 2. So Rollins does advance and will play the winner of this series. 1 ball, no strikes. Ball high. I would imagine Joe Urso with a short leash if Hayden hits the wall here.
I think if there's a single base runner, you bring in Serrata to try to finish it out. Serrata's been warming up the past couple innings, so you know he's ready. And even though he's going to be facing 2 righties at minimum.
2-0 pitch. Popped up, out of play.
Serrata could be the man to do it. Spartans have a 1-run buffer, so they do have a little bit of leeway, but again, you don't want to risk it. We saw what happened the last time. Nova was backs against the wall down in the 9th inning, and they were able to get 5.
Herb on the mound now. 2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch. Down the middle, fly ball heading out toward Lala. Cumbo comes over. Lala cuts in front, makes the catch. 1 out in the bottom of the 12th. By the way, Luke Glancy has gone into left field, and he's played a lot of left field for the Spartans this year.
The outfield has seen some action. A lot of deep fly balls from Nova Southeastern, but for either team, none has been able to escape. The wind has been big. Everything has shown for a lot of outfield work.
Though Drew Earhart escaped the mitts.
Exactly. He got it down to the gap and gave the Spartans a lead.
Frank outside, ball 1.
Frank, you could argue just like Earhart, maybe he's due. He was hit by a pitch in the 3rd, and 0 for 4 entering the at-bat. Huge number of RBIs, a huge clutch hitter for Nova Southeastern throughout the tournament. Just having an off day.
3-2 pitch, or a 1-0 pitch of a 3-2 game. Popped foul, out of play.
We mentioned before, Herb went the distance yesterday, but honestly, he's running on adrenaline. He is extremely locked in. You could say stupidly locked in, to quote Jimmy Butler, as he's ready.
1-1 pitch.
For 12th.
Shot out, line drive caught by Drew Earhart, 2 outs.
Earhart, a savior from the batter's box, bringing in the go-ahead RBI, making a diving play to get the 2nd out. Final chance for Nova Southeastern. First time someone's been down to their last out, trailing here. But they've got the red-hot bat of Pastore to retire, and afterwards, Fernandez and Arisari, 2 equally dangerous bats, who would want to try to get Nova back into it too. Pastore lined out last time in the 10th.
Herb on the mound. 3-2 Spartans lead, 2 outs, bottom of the 12th. First pitch to Pastore. It is a ball. Much to the dismay of the many Spartan fans.
Just a little low, trying to be like Monet, a little more like Picasso outside the line, a little more abstract. But so far being abstract has worked for Herb. He still hasn't walked a batter.
1-0 pitch. Pastore shakes the bat. Pops it up, foul, out of play. Tampa scoring in the top of the 12th, their first runs since the 2nd inning. Nova Southeastern has not scored since the 5th.
Something about the number 2 for the Spartans, that they love to score in those innings.
Well, the Spartans scored with 2 outs. The first 2 batters in the 12th struck out, and then they got a single and a double and took the lead. 1-1 pitch. In the dirt. Ball 2.
Herb's still looking okay, but I don't think that Urso is going to want to give him a chance to get the final out.
I think you're right. If there's a base runner, he makes the move. He's going to let him get through Pastore for sure. 2 balls, 1 strike. Herb sets, fires. Ball high, 3-1.
A good take from Pastore. He hasn't, in 5 appearances, all of them have been standard at-bats. But I know Pastore, to keep the game alive, wouldn't mind a walk. It would be the tying run and bring the potential winning run if Nova was able to generate some offense here in response at the plate.
Herb fires. Walked him. I glance at the Spartan dugout. I see Joe positioning people, but no change. He sits back down. Last time he sat back down, he popped back up and made the change, but I think not. He's going to send Sam Militello out, though. Here comes Sam. I know he's not stalling for time because I know Serrata's been warming up for about 3 innings. This is just a settle-down call or how to play.
If Herb falls
what
behind,
happens?
If Herb falls behind in the count, I have a feeling they might maybe pull him early. If it's a 2-0 count, maybe they bring in Serrata to try to clean that up. But
the batter will be Fernandez.
Fernandez 1 for 4 today. Drew a walk in the third. Singled in the first, but since then, 2 strikeouts and a flyout. He's been quiet, but he is still so dangerous. He homered against the Spartans in a previous game.
John Bennett coming out. Breaking up the discussion. And he does. Fernandez strides to the plate. Rulai gets back behind the plate. And Herb gets ready to pitch. Pastore, the tying run on first base. Fernandez waits. Herb in the stretch. Here's the pitch. Pops it up. Out of play. Strike one. The dangerous Irisari on deck if he gets the chance. Herb ahead 0-1. Gets the sign from Rulai. Pastore with a fairly short lead at first. The pitch. And he hit him. Hit him in the shoulder blade. That puts 2 runs on. And again, we glance to the Spartan dugout.
Surely that should be it for Herb. He's been doing great, but again, Irisari, a lefty bat. Serrata just seems like a no-brainer call here.
We look around. Josh Rulai even glances out at in the dugout. It's Irisari, and here comes Joe. He's going to make the move. They have a delayed broadcast, so he just got the word that you were okay with it.
Herb coming out here, but
what a great pitching appearance by Hayden Herb. Started yesterday, threw 118 pitches, went 8 2/3 innings, comes in today, throws 38, and is down to the final out.
An open base. Winning run at first, tying run on second. Serrata just needs to force one out, and the Spartans are through. The Sharks, they need to bring Pastore and Fernandez home, and they could be through. The good news for the Spartans is Serrata has been solid. He's been rested, and he is ready to go.
So Serrata will get some warm-up pitches. Let's give you some numbers on him for this year. He is a 2.63 ERA. 24 innings pitched, given up 16 hits, 9 runs, 7 earned, walked 11, struck out 20, and he was lights out in his previous relief appearance in this tournament.
He came on earlier for the Spartans when they faced off against Valdosta State, and he did a great job of keeping them quiet for the final few innings to send Tampa out of the loser's bracket into the regional championship, where then we saw Herb go the distance, and now in this saga, this classic, an odyssey if you will, 1 out to go for the Spartans, but the winning run on base for the Sharks. More last inning drama, the Sharks not going down without a fight.
Well, the interesting thing is yesterday Herb got the first 2 outs in the 9th, but couldn't get that 3rd out. He got the first 2 outs here with the lead, but can't get the 3rd out and turns to a reliever. Yesterday was Passarella. Today it is Serrata.
Some lower stress relievers came aboard yesterday, and they were struggling to locate the plate. But we know just how good that we know how good that Sereda can be. And they're just hoping he can get that final out. One run won't end the game, but it would be bad news for the Spartans.
Irisari will be the batter he will face.
And Irisari, you do have the advantage lefty on lefty, but Irisari is still a dangerous hitter. He's been quiet in his 2 recent appearances, but still today 1 for 4, and you could argue he's due for more.
So the lefty Sereda gets the word he gets one more pitch, but he says, I'm ready now. He was ready yesterday. Irisari to the plate. Runners at first and second. The tying run is Pastore. Winning run is Fernandez at first. Irisari, the lefty. Sereda, the lefty. 3-2, Tampa leads. 2 outs, bottom of the 12th. Check swing, ball.
Held up in time. Close call, but he's going to get the advantage in the count. A free base with Franco on deck, but you don't want to risk bases loaded in this situation. Want to try to get the platoon out that you can.
Sereda with a long look. In the stretch, a glance back. And he doesn't get the call on that one either. 2-0.
That one's certainly not Sereda's fault. He put that well, just I think a tiny bit outside. Those calls always 50-50 all night, all day. 4:58 p.m.
Again, a long look. Now into the stretch. 2-0 pitch from Sereda. Missed again, 3-0. Missing, but close, but still missing. .30 pitch. Strike call. Hayden Erb got the first 2 outs of the inning. And then things have taken a little turn. And runners are now on first and second, and a 3-1 count on Irisari, who calls timeout. It was a Pastore walk, a Fernandez hit by pitch, and that brings Irisari to the plate. And now Rulai is going to go out and talk to Sereda. He had a little discussion with the home plate ump, so I'm not sure what he needs to convey.
The pressure on, of course. Tampa had this situation in the previous game. They were leading with the game on the line. They could end it, but 2 runners on, 2 outs. They have a 3-1 count right now. I have a feeling if you're Irisari, you're probably saying take all the way.
I would.
Try to get on base if he wants to try to bait you. But similarly, you definitely want Sereda to do everything he can to just get that pitch in the zone. Don't try to risk.
Rulai is back. Flashes the sign to Sereda. Irisari waits. 3 balls, 1 strike. The pitch. Lined out to Combo. Makes the catch. And the Spartans have won the regional championship with a 3-2 12-inning win over Nova Southeastern. A line shot to E.J. Combo. He went down on his knees and made the catch. And Cameron Sereda comes in and preserves the victory for the Spartans. Hayden Erb, amazingly in relief, will get the win for Tampa.
Heart attacks for the Spartans on that play, but Erb gets his 2nd win in a row as the Spartans win the regional. They needed to win twice. Wow. They needed to win 3 times. First against Valdosta State, did that. Second against Nova Southeastern, did that. And they finished the series, and they will go on to face Rollins next week at home. We'll be back with more on Spartans TV. The Spartans will be back next week. And a perfect end to the regional for the Spartans. A disappointing end to a great season for the Sharks. They took Tampa to the limit. But in the end, see some good sportsmanship from the players. There were some chirps being thrown back and forth, but good sportsmanship prevailing at the end of the day. You see Carlos Ray fist bumping. He had a great start earlier. And Nova Southeastern, what a season they've had.
An amazing series. An amazing 5 days here in Tampa, 4 days here in Tampa.
One for the
Friday, Saturday will be Super Regional. Rollins here. It's a best of 3. Teams now exchanging fist bumps, high fives. Season ends for Nova Southeastern. A great season, 36-17, and one heck of a regional tournament put on by both these teams. Tampa having to fight back from the losers bracket. Fought off technically 3 elimination games with this one. And we'll move on to play Rollins right here next Friday. Check the website for game time. But Tampa wins it. Tampa with 3 runs, 11 hits, no errors. Nova Southeastern, 2 runs, 9 hits, 1 error. We'll sign off from our end of things, but we're going to keep it live so you can enjoy the Spartans celebrating on the field. So for Taylor Stolworthy, Jack Ike, Daniel got back from the lacrosse game. That's it until next Friday, but we'll keep the everything going for a little bit so you can share in the Spartans winning it right here on TampaSpartans.tv.